Hello everyone, welcome back to the Erasmus Expeditions. Thank you for joining us tonight for a very strange game that I'm incredibly excited to finally be able to bring to you. Tonight we are going to be playing a mashup between Disney and Mad Max. And this is going to be Unhappily Ever After. This is going to be run using a system that I built called the Expedition Engine. This version of it will be the Acid Rain version with some tweaks to make it fit a little bit better. But I am very, very, very happy with how this has come together so far, and I can't really wait to get started. So, a couple of points of business, and then I'm going to pass things over to my players so that they can say hello and plug whatever they would like, etc., etc. Tonight is Chapter 1, titled Over the River, by the way. And this is an adult game. This game is not intended for children. I will say this again, even though this is a Disney-themed game. This game is not for kids. There will be mature language, and I promise you there will be mature subject matter. So if you don't like to field uncomfortable questions from your children, find something else to watch with them, please. Yeah. Also, artistic license has been taken. There will be some canon that is slightly changed. Characters have been blended together to suit my purposes. If that's the kind of thing that gets under your skin, then likewise, go find something else to watch. I don't want to hear it. All right. So, before we get started, I'm going to let everybody say hello, and we're going to start with DJ. Nope, I pointed the wrong direction. DJ.
Hi everyone, I'm DJ Hester. My channel is The Griffin's Nest. I'm hoping to be doing more with it, but I'm really excited to play Hercules. So,
Absolutely, man. You and I got the chance to play together at AtConline this year. Rocking the shirt this time around. Finally got it in. And had a blast. So I'm happy to get you into a game of mine. Happy that you're here, man. All right. Next up, we have Karen.
Hello, everyone. I was just excited to see that Jeremy has his AtCon Online t-shirt, which means mine should come in the next 2 months. Because that's how slow it is in the mail. Anyway, I'm so excited to be here tonight. This should be a blasting good time, I'm sure. We're all on fire, and it'll be great. I'm playing Mary Poppins, by the way.
By the way. Yes. I'm very excited to have you back on the channel, as always, Karen. I'm glad that... I'm glad that we have a veteran of the Expedition engine around to kind of help out. There may be another thing or two that I'll ask for your help with during the course of this game, but that's a surprise. So, all right. Next up, we have Mason.
I'm playing as Mushu. I'm Mason Webb. I decided this sounded like fun, and Jeremy's a great DM.
Thank you, man. I appreciate that a lot. You and I have... This is the first time that we'll get the chance to be in a game together, which is exciting. I know that you have been in the chat and stuff for Jake's Dawnbringers game for some time now, and you and I have kind of chatted back and forth and things, so I'm excited to finally get you into a game. All right. Next up, we have Connor.
Hi, as Jeremy said, I'm Connor. Been here before. Always a pleasure to be here. Tonight, I'm going to be playing the role of the Beast from Beauty and the Beast.
Short, sweet, to the point. I like it. Just like the Beast. You're a beast. Thanks for coming back to the channel, Connor. It's always a pleasure to game with you, man. Happy to see you again. All right. Speaking of happy to see you, last but certainly not least, Chris.
Oh, thanks. I'm super excited to be here. Chris Johnson. You can find me most often over at CJ's Kitchen on YouTube. So if you need some recipes for your game nights or whatever you're doing, you can check it out. And I'm going to be playing Merida tonight. I'm super excited to finally play in another one of Jeremy's games. So awesome.
Yeah, I think the last one that you played in was actually fairy tale themed because it was Dowrenland, wasn't it?
That's right. Yeah,
yeah,
it was way back 5 years ago or something already. So
good.
Been a while.
Yeah. I'm old. Okay.
Me too.
All right.
We won't.
Yeah, we won't say how. Anyways, thank you everybody for tuning in this evening so far. I'm happy to have you here. And if nobody has anything else, then we can go ahead and get started. Oh. Anybody who mentioned a channel, you can find the link to that in the description of this video down below. Please do take the time to go check out their stuff. Give them a subscription. Like, love, comment, all that kind of stuff. Spread the love. Okay. So I think now, we're ready. You guys ready to play this?
Hell yeah.
Good spirit. Thanks. That's not what I meant to do. I'm going to try pressing a different button. "5 years doesn't sound like a long time. But when every day of that 5 years is spent scrambling and scratching for what you need just to survive to see the next, it becomes an eternity. 5 years ago, Ursula, Jafar, and Maleficent fought for ultimate domination over the realms known as Disenia, forever changing its landscapes with their unbridled magic. 5 years since Maleficent bent the genie Jafar to her will, and wished the oceans drained, so that she may defeat the Sea Queen. All the stories you thought you knew came to a decidedly different ending. Every tale of the triumph of hope and perseverance, instead has fallen to its worst possible outcome. And where imagination once connected the numerous realms of Disenia, now the wasteland sprawled across the in-between. An arid and open desert, full of desperation, and the remnants of a world that no longer was. We see an expanse of cracked earth, littered with the rusted hulls of ships, and it spreads as far as the eye can see. We hear the roar of engines guzzling precious gasoline as a convoy crawls into view, rounding the disregarded relic of a lighthouse tower. As you pass this last landmark on your journey, tell us what vehicles make up this convoy and who we see operating them.
You see what looks like a dune buggy with much longer struts going from the main cabin to the wheels. And it seems like there might be some rusted hydraulics between the hinges of these long legs. And as we look into the cabin through the dusty windshield, we see a monstrous form, one that is hunched over and bulking with horns coming from its head and ears just below, fangs sticking out of the maw too small to fit them. We see the beast inside of his corrupted carriage.
Rounding out the outer flanks of the line of vehicles is a kind of beat up Mustang from the 60s. It's a classic relic, but it's definitely seen better days, at least its exterior. And behind the wheel is a fiery redhead, hair just going everywhere. As it just whips in the wind. The windows are down or gone, and mounted at the center of the dashboard is this harpoon gun that's like none you've ever seen.
Right behind her, you would see this rusted dragon buggy. It has wings like a dragon, but it's all rusted. Through the cracked windows, you see this little dragon who is probably only 2 feet tall. He's wearing an eye patch, and he has a blowtorch in his hand.
You see, in between all these vehicles, you see a worn out mixed wood and rusted metal chariot that is being pulled by what almost looks like a riding lawnmower motor, like the front half of a riding, like a tractor or something, and spray painted across the motor it says Pegasus 2, and and Hercules is trying to steer this as best as he can, and he's got his, like a sword and shield on his back, and he's just manhandling what look like reins on this chariot.
And flying above those 4 vehicles is this flimsy, very loud, trailing dark puffs of smoke, flimsy looking, beat up gyrocopter. And piloting it is this woman in a red dress with a red hat, blue shoes, perfectly coiffed and very proper looking, not a soil, like speck of sand on her or anything, perfectly clean. And she yells out to the other ones, "Look lively! Spit spot, let's go!"
As this convoy of rusted, flimsy, altered vehicles thunders its way across the flats of what used to be an expansive water ocean, the body of water, you finally spot on the horizon, probably Mary Poppins, just because you have the advantage of height to be able to see much further. You spot a spire of deposited minerals kind of jutting up out of the relatively flat land all around it. Auntie Snow has sent all of you to find a place known as the Grotto, a spire of rock that is said to hold a treasure trove. In that place, you have been tasked with acquiring a specific crystal to bring back to her.
I think as soon as Mary Poppins spots this, she would signal down to probably, I think in this case probably would be Beast, who would probably be right just slightly ahead of her, but within her view shot, and point to the direction that she sees this strange outcropping of rock. And then she would change her trajectory to start flying in that direction.
Beast is going to open up the door of his vehicle, keeping one clawed hand on the wheel. He is going to raise up the other hand, and he is going to throw it forward in the direction that Mary Poppins is now heading, to alert everyone that we're changing directions slightly to match with her.
And somewhat in a almost choreographed looking move, I imagine all of these vehicles kind of turn, and we see these massive plumes of dust, kind of these ribbons that are thrown sky high behind them, kind of all bend and turn that direction as you rocket off in the direction of this spire. So as you approach the spire, whenever you arrive, what is the plan? How are you going to get into this place?
We could try and sneak in.
You blow a hole through it with the harpoon gun. Charge, lad.
Or can I bust down the door at the front, and then you three support us from behind? we're less gifted with ranged magic or weaponry.
I guess that does make sense.
Do you need more explosives to break down the door?
We'll see when we arrive. You keep them in your car until we need them.
Okay, so it sounds like we hear and we see these vehicles pull to a stop. These probably overly large tires on many of these vehicles kind of grinding to a stop in the sand. As you all depart, Mary Poppins, I would imagine, are you landing or are you staying? Okay, so Mary Poppins also lands her gyrocopter, and the five of you disembark from your vehicles, approaching this spire of rock. And you make your way around it, and you find no door. This thing, it almost looks like it was dripped into place here, or boiled up from the surface. You can see a few small holes that likely lead to the interior, but those of the larger of you might have a little bit of a hard time fitting through.
Let's just enlarge that hole over there.
Oh, shoot. Figure out which of these goes deepest, and then we follow you from there.
Who's got a pick?
I have bombs.
As fun as I think that would be, it might be wise to hang on to those a little bit longer. Maybe one of my harpoon shafts will do the trick. Merida goes to her car and grabs one of her spare shafts and tries to, use it like a pick to open it up.
Excellent. While Merida is working on that, Mushu, are you planning on trying to crawl through, or are you going to hold off?
I'll hold off to see what everyone else wants to do first, because I'd rather not separate if I don't have to.
Perfect. Okay. All right, Merida. This sounds like a force roll to me. This sounds like it's kind of brute strength, and let's see. Merida's kind of used to forcing her way into old structures. It's kind of part of what her thing is. So I think she should certainly qualify for a second die as being an expert. And you've got a tool for the job, so you are also prepared. So I think this is a 3 dice situation.
Sweet. All right. So my number for this is a 6, so I just need to roll under.
You are
All
rolling
right.
for force, so you need to roll above.
Oh, I have it backwards. Okay, I have it all written down backwards. And then do I total the dice or?
Oh, wait. Hold on, I'm lying to you. Force is a right-hand stat. Never mind. Who designed this system? God.
I don't know, but
Jeez, if only we had the creator to guide us.
that knew the rules and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
A will-o'-the-wisp, one might request.
It is below.
Okay. It is below. Okay. And I only have to be below on one of them?
So it's going to be a varying degree of success kind of situation.
Okay. Okay. So I have a 2 and 2 6s. And my number is a 6.
Okay. So you get 1 success, which means that you barely managed to do it, and there will be a complication, a harm, or a cost. However, you also rolled your number twice, So you need to record 2 Wish Upon a Star points that you can cash in at any point later on in the game. Okay, let's see. The complication or harm. Okay, Merida, you're kind of banging away at the exterior of this like mineral formation with this shaft of metal, and it's coming apart pretty easily. It's kind of brittle and dried out. It crumbles under the weight of your strikes pretty easily. And one of the strikes that you kind of hit particularly hard, you throw a little too much weight into it, and you go tumbling forwards and into this hole that you've just created. So, please roll your health die.
Okay. And that's a 10 as well? Okay.
Yes. Mm-hmm. And then if it becomes a 1 or a 2, we've got a situation.
Please. It's a 6.
Okay. So you're good. Just a little bit of a scrape, tumble and fall. You burst forth through this relatively thin shell, effectively, that kind of forms the exterior of this spire of rock. And as you fall in, you actually fall downward, probably 10 feet or so, before finding the bottom of this place. And you land on sand, so it kind of helps to break the impact a little bit. But you realize that this thing towers up above you. And there's a small opening in the top that is letting sunlight through. And it illuminates the inside of this spire. And you can see hundreds or thousands of things that line the walls in here. There's who's-its and what's-its. There's thingamabobs. There's things you don't know the names of anymore, things you don't recall. But all of them are arranged with incredible care.
Oh, one might say you have everything. Good news, guys. I got in. It's a little far down. You might want to watch that last step.
Jolly good. Who's next?
Has the hole been widened enough for Beast to fit through? Then Beast will venture forward and he'll look down, since he was warned to watch the last step, and he's just going to climb himself down, digging his claws into the rock as he goes to make sure he doesn't fall. And he's going to stand at the bottom and just offer his arms outwards to catch whoever is coming down next.
Mushu would just climb on Herc's arm and just wrap himself around Hercules.
Is this like opening? Is it like a sheer face, or is it kind of sloped down to the bottom?
So like just within this kind of opening where the break in this shell is, there's kind of like tiers and levels. So if you're careful, you could probably climb your way down.
I was wondering if I could like take the shield off my back and like surf down to the bottom of this wall.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Once Hercules has successfully entered the spire, Mary Poppins would then very gracefully kind of like sit on the edge, sling her legs over, and seeing how far it is or not. If it's terribly far, she would just kind of leap off the edge and casually float down, as she is wont to do, with her umbrella, of course.
Excellent. The 5 of you now find yourself inside of what must be this grotto. You know, somewhere inside this place, at least you were told, there is this crystal that you are supposed to find. But it's going to be like finding a needle in a haystack. There is a lot of things in this place, not all of which are useless. So, what would you like to do?
So Mary is looking around at all the stuff on the shelves, and of course she has to turn to the others and say, "These are some of my favorite things," as she starts picking things off and putting them back. So yeah, I'm looking for something useful.
Merida turns and looks at you with a dingle hopper in her hand, trying to comb her hair, which of course is terribly unruly, and it's kind of getting tangled. And she says, "Well, I'm going to start climbing." And she sets the dingle hopper down and starts climbing, working up a section and checking each thing as she goes.
You said there was enough light, right? Okay, and I won't light a torch.
Yeah, there's an opening at the very, very top of this place, and it's definitely letting in enough light, and it's, reflecting and refracting off of all kinds of different surfaces in here. So there's parts that are kind of probably rainbow colored, they almost like a prism effect as the light kind of bounces through them. This is probably the largest collection of I don't know if you'd call them knickknacks, just stuff that you've kind of seen in one place that wasn't just like abandoned in a pile. Okay, so it sounds like that at the very least, Mary Poppins and I think Merida, both of you are looking for... You looking for anything specific or just stuff?
I am just looking for anything that would potentially look useful. I have no,
Okay.
at this point, I haven't got a goal in mind that I'm searching for any particular things. I'm just looking for, say, oh, well, that will be useful, and take it.
Okay. So. Excellent. Then, let's see. Just kind of casually looking around without much of a goal. Maybe an instinct roll?
Sure. That will be...
I would say that Mary Poppins is probably pretty astute at walking into a new place, taking a quick look around, and understanding where things should be, and what she might be looking for. That sounds like a Mary Poppins kind of thing, so I think she would probably qualify for an expert die. However, probably not a prepared die.
Not prepared. And I must mention that as she is doing such, looking for things, she is also straightening and dusting as she's going.
Dusting, good luck. There's dust and sand over everything.
All that sand.
Yep.
I got 1 success.
Okay, so it's success with a cost, harm, or complication. Okay, so you find a large gaff hook. The kind of thing that would be used off of the side of a ship to try to pull up netting. So it's basically like this long, probably 6-foot wooden pole with a pretty sizable steel hook on the end of it. But as you are going to grab a hold of that, you manage to hook it on a net and not quite realize that that's what's keeping you from being able to pull the whole thing down. And you give kind of an extra tug, and the net, which is long since been dry rotted, just completely gives, and things just cascade downward, making a horrible ruckus inside of this grotto, and sending all kinds of things tumbling down into a heap down at the bottom.
Oh, bollocks, Merida, you should be much more careful up there. And she then takes that gaff hook, opens up her carpet bag, and sticks it inside, where it disappears.
I'm sorry, Mary. I'm sorry. She's probably dangling and climbing at crazy breakneck pace.
Okay, and you, Merida, were looking for something specific or just for stuff?
I think she is. I think for one thing, she's just curious. And so she's a little distracted by her curiosity, but she is looking for anything that might fit the bill for this crystal we're searching for.
Okay, so this sounds like... You said she was moving at breakneck speed, so let's call this a speed
Yeah,
roll.
I mean, she's kind of crazy, right?
Sure.
Well, not
She's
crazy.
redheaded.
She's...
Just kidding. Redheads, sorry.
Yeah, she's fast. She likes to just go balls to the wall. Okay, so speed. This one is a low number for me. Kitty, you need to get out of the way.
Okay.
Sorry about the tail, folks.
That's fine. So
If
yeah,
we were
speed.
tails, I wouldn't be here.
It's pretty common in online gaming, I have found.
Yes.
Cats are voyeurs. They like to be
Yes, they are.
hanging out and watching. They're also exhibitionists, which is a strange combination.
So true.
So speed is you want to roll above, and
Okay.
Merida is definitely. Let's see, what do you have? Brave and saboteur. Brave. She's definitely climbing all over this thing without much of a care. It seems like. So I think she would qualify for a second die here.
Cool. I like this so much already. Oh yeah, 2 successes. Yay!
2 successes is you succeed and you do it well. Good job.
Yay!
Okay, so yeah, you are searching around, and though you don't find anything else that really kind of jumps out at you as particularly useful, you do find a crystal on a necklace, and you think that it could be what you're looking for. It has a slight bluish glow to it. Any of you who would like to, you can roll a single die against knowledge.
Nice. Okay.
If it's the left side, you have to roll above, right?
Yes.
Correct. Yes. I had to check with the person who created this game.
Ooh, I have a success.
1 success for me as well.
Success major.
Oh yeah, it's a 10. Does that... Okay.
Jeremy, you're muted. As fun as it is trying to understand what your pantomime is, it's not working.
I will be running the rest of the game in ASL. I'm just kidding, because I don't know it. That would be awful. So, there is a such thing as a critical in this game, but it's not the extremes of the die. So, it doesn't necessarily mean anything. Okay, so it sounded like everybody succeeded. Connor, did you roll?
I did not.
You did not. Okay, just checking. Okay, so the 4 of you all recognize this crystal. I'll leave it up to you how your character knows about this, but this is known as the Crystal of Kida. It once belonged to the Empress of Atlantis.
While we're still looking for things, I'd actually look for either Mongolian armor or the Chinese army's armor.
Okay, so that's pretty specific. Let's say control or knowledge. I'll leave it up to you. And since Mushu knows very well what this looks like, you can have a second die on this.
So a 2 and a 9, both success. A 2 is the number, though.
Excellent. So it's 2 successes, so you did it, and you did it well. So you now have some Mongolian or Chinese armor, maybe even a combination of the two. I'll leave that up to you. And in addition, you also rolled your number. Wait. So if you roll your number, that doesn't count as a success. Just as a clarification. So it's 1 success, and then you rolled your number? Yes, okay. So make sure that you record your Wish Upon a Star point. And then, so there's a complication, a harm, or cost. I think the complication is that this armor does not fit you. This is definitely going to have to be reworked or piecemealed at some point in order to make it work for you to be wearable.
Mary Poppins, can you hold the armor for me till I have time to work on it?
She just tisks at him before taking the armor and putting it into the carpet bag where it disappears.
I think Hercules would be looking for either some sort of useful weapon or maybe some resources to help us as we get out of here.
Okay. So that sounds like a more generalized kind of look. So let's call that instinct. Hercules is definitely a warrior. He's used to probably assessing things, trying to prioritize things' importance, especially objects and useful things during wartime fighting, things of that nature. So I think a second die here is also adequate.
One success.
Excellent. Okay, so you managed to actually find, kind of tucked out of the way, a place where it looks like somebody might have, like, lived here for a time. Like, there's a bedroll and a couple of empty water containers, things of that nature. Definitely after the water was gone, somebody had lived here. Kind of kicking through the stuff, you don't really find anything useful at first, but then you realize that one of the containers isn't filled with water, but it does still have liquid in it. And you realize that it's gasoline. However, there's not a whole bunch. So, the complication is this may or may not be enough to actually work. So what is your gas usage die at currently?
I believe it's a D6.
Okay. So, whichever vehicle that you wish to put this gasoline into, the player who belongs to that vehicle, I need them to roll a D6. And Ark, since you are the one who searched for that, you are welcome to take that for yourself if you'd like.
Would I know if anybody maybe was low on fuel or?
Right now you all have kind of roughly the same amount.
I think I would bring it to the kind of the group and just not, just try to see who do you think would benefit the best from this?
Give it to Mary. If her vehicle runs out of gas, she falls out of the sky. If one of us runs out of gas, we just gotta get towed.
Fair point. So I would hand it to Mary and
Mary, actually, she's not going to take it because she was just looking at it and going, "Oh, pish posh! My vehicle is such that, I mean, look at it. It's small. It does not use that much fuel. whereas yours, and she turns to Mushu, as big as it is, guzzles the most.
Only when I use its flamethrower.
Which is quite often, is it not? And there we have it. Mushu gets it.
As usual, Mary just cuts right down to the heart of things, doesn't she? It's a good thing we have you along, Mary.
It is indeed.
Excellent. So, Mushu, are you taking the gas?
If he'd let me have it, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So, if you would please roll a d6 for me.
That's a 4.
Okay. So, though it was a bit extra of gasoline, it was not a bunch. As I said, it was not a lot. So, your gas usage die will remain as d6 for now. Okay.
After this exchange happens, Beast is just going to take a deep breath through his nose, and he's just going to try and smell if there's any residual magic around. He knows the smell of it from the 2 decades he spent living with the Rose.
Very interesting. That's cool. So this sounds like maybe instinct? An instinct roll? Okay. And as you said, Beast is familiar with this. He's certainly an expert, so he can have a second die. However, this is not his castle. This is not a place he's been to before. I don't think he's prepared. So 2 dice.
Probably not. So that is 2 successes.
Excellent. So, kind of sniffing the air around, you don't smell much magic present, except for the crystal that Merida has taken and stuffed into her pocket.
I don't think any of us were aware that she put it in her pocket, were we?
Then you may not have been until your nose led you straight to Merida's pocket.
I think Merida's probably still climbing around up in the upper area of this chamber too, so it would have been hard to see, but she's not trying to hide it. She just doesn't want to lose it while she climbs around. She has learned a lesson or two in her lifetime.
I imagine she's quite high up, so Beast is just going to call out to her in this grotto. Merida! You found it?
I believe so, Beast. It's in my pocket. I'll be down in a minute. Or 5.
Or yourself. We don't know what things have made this place their home.
Okay. Does anybody else have anything that they would like to do or search for before we leave this grotto behind?
No. And Merida she'll climb down to the hole that she made and just go right back out without going back to the surface ground.
Does it look like there's any other paths out of this grotto, or is it just the hole we made in the giant hole in the sea?
There's a few other holes at kind of different heights and in different radii kind of about this tower. But most of them are fairly small. A lithe human could fit through fairly easily. Perhaps a flounder if it was really fat. But other than that, there's not really any other places that lead like from this place. Okay. So it sounds like everybody is headed back to their vehicles and starting up their engines once more. Yeah? Okay, cool. The five of you leave the grotto behind you, striking out across the now desert flats of Atlantica. What used to be a massive ocean, now nothing more than empty, cracked ground. You make your way back towards Auntie Snow's den. The place you know that Auntie Snow is waiting for this crystal to be returned. And as you start to see the remnants of long dead trees and things of that nature that signal the entrance into the forested part of Disenia, what once was forested at least, you spot smoke coming from the chimney of a ruined cottage not far away from the hideout that you are heading towards. The odd thing about that is that this cabin has long since been abandoned. Picture. Ooh. Maybe not. Try that again. Boom. Spooky. So, this long abandoned cottage lies somewhat in your path. The remainder of your journey will take you pretty close to this abandoned cottage before you get to the den, and you can see smoke rising up from one of its chimneys. What would you like to do?
Does the smoke look like cooking smoke or burning smoke, like something is on fire?
No, it definitely looks more like a controlled cooking fire.
Do we want to go investigate the smoke or go to Auntie Snow?
I think the curiosity would really be nagging at Merida. I think we should check it out. Fine, I'll check it out.
I was going to say, it sounds like at least Merida is going.
I mean, impulsive, right? So off she goes.
If Merida pulls off, Beast would just grumble and follow her that way.
I think Hercules would kind of could go in for backup, just making sure no one gets hurt.
And Mary up above, watching as her children, if you will, are heading towards the cottage, would just kind of give a little half smile and a slight little clap to herself as she follows behind.
So now these 5 vehicles have pulled up outside of this ruined cottage. Are you guys pretty much just kind of pulling up just outside? Are you leaving some distance? Are you headed straight for the door? Calling from outside? How's the approach?
I'd definitely point the dragon's head, and which is where his flamethrower is, at the door just in case. But still be far enough back.
Merida will skid into position, and as much as she wants to just hop out of the car and barge forward, she won't. She'll stay in the car, ready to fire, providing cover along with Mushu.
Mary is hovering in the rear behind all of them, making sure to stay as far away from the dragon head as possible. and just staying above and watching.
Hero, we're the one that are best suited for door busting. And Beast would get out of his vehicle after having it raise up a tire and slam it into the ground to make sure that even if someone else does come out and manages to get into it, they wouldn't be able to get it to move without first having to work with the controls of his vehicle to buy him time to get to it too.
I think Hercules would kind of pull up and get out and go help. Just, I don't think we need to be busting down the doors, but be ready just to, maybe let's go try to just see who's here. It could be no one. It could just be someone squatting in a house. Who knows?
With how quiet today has been, I doubt it.
You should listen to Hercules. Use your manners.
Perfect. So it sounds like with Merida and Mushu covering the door, Mary Poppins chiding from above, it sounds like Hercules and the Beast are moving to the door. Yeah? So, Beast, are you minding your manners?
Beast is going to walk up to the door. He's going to look at Hercules with a very forced, large, toothy smile. He's going to hold up a large paw, and he's going to knock on the door.
Even just knocking on this dilapidated wooden door is almost enough, especially Beast knocking, is almost enough to take it off of its hinges. It kind of rattles in its hinges. There's probably like a little bit of a splintering noise on the back side of the door. And then there's silence, and you hear the cocking of a gun. And then you hear a voice from inside. You can come in if you'd like.
Hercules would slip his shield off his back and step in front of Beast and then push the door open.
You push the door open and it creaks open and reveals this. Quaint is not the right word. Maybe once upon a time it was quaint. But now there's patches from the ceiling that are missing, which has let in the elements. Anything furniture-wise is long since rotted down to the frame. But there is a large stone hearth on one side, which has a sizable fire in it. And you can smell what smells almost like dessert, like sweets. Almost like a pastry. And sitting on kind of like a collection of bedrolls and things nearby, close enough to stir whatever it is that's cooking in this pot, is a woman who is well past her prime. A much older woman is sitting there with a stone, and she is using it as a whetstone on this blade as she draws the edge of this back and forth. And you can see, kind of laid on her leg, is a scattergun that is duct taped and wrapped, but is definitely pointed in your direction. She kind of looks at you, studies both of you for a moment. Well, you can come in if you'd like. You can tell your friends to join us too if they wish. Beast. You recognize this woman. This is the old woman that you turned away one stormy night, long, long ago.
You. It has been so long.
Do I know you?
You cursed me long before the blight upon this land caused even more destruction to my life.
Ah. Yes, now I remember. She kind of like, almost like waggles the knife tip kind of in your direction. You were that rude prince. Sent me on my way on a horrible night. Taught you a lesson, didn't I?
You ruined me.
No, you ruined yourself. Your lack of manners. Your unkindness. I gave you a chance. It's not my fault if you didn't take it.
You knew this was coming, didn't you? All of this, and he gestures around to the barren hellscape around them.
She kind of like rocks back and kind of looks where you're indicating, just kind of around. You think that if I anticipated all of this, you'd find me here squatting in this hovel?
Anything to teach a lesson.
You certainly haven't learned one.
My one chance. My one chance to escape this curse died when all of this happened.
We all lost, dear. We're not here because we've won something. Surviving isn't winning. We're here because we lost. Are you going to come in or not? If not, shut the door.
Beast is going to leave the house frustrated, and he's going to tell the others, eat with her if you want. I will not share a table with that woman.
Who is it, Beast? What's going on?
She is what turned me from who I was into this.
A witch? I'm not too interested in having dinner with a witch. They have a habit of turning people into things that they're not. Maybe we should just move on if that's all it is.
The ancestors have taught me that sometimes you have to let the past go and forgive those who've wronged you. It is hard, but sometimes we have to be the bigger people.
And from above you hear Mary. It seems at least someone has been paying attention and learning their lessons. Beast, your pride is only going to hurt yourself. And with that, she is going to land her copter and get out and go to the house.
Okay, so it sounds like, at least for the time being, that Hercules, Mushu, and Mary are going inside the hut, the cottage, and Beast and Merida are going to hang out outside, keep an eye out, something like that. Chris is giving me a funny look. Maybe not. Merida having a crisis.
Merida watches Mary go inside And she has to think to herself that she did have a lesson to learn, and the witch wasn't wrong. So she reluctantly, turns her car off and gets out of the car and kind of does that sullen teenager thing. She's probably not a teenager anymore, but kind of kicking and dragging her feet, but she reluctantly goes inside and kind of gives Mary a sheepish look when she arrives, like,
When they're all in there, Beast's fists are still fully clenched, and he's just going to say to himself, "My pride is all I have left."
Okay. So with Beast as lookout, sulking as he might be, the other four of you have entered into this cottage. The smell in here is becoming fantastic, intoxicating almost, you might say. Whatever it is that she is making smells delicious. She kind of looks at all of you. Well, it's quite a few of you. Merida, you also recognize this woman.
I thought I might. Hello. It's nice of you to invite us.
Two familiar faces in one day. That might be an ill omen. Maybe not. I don't think there are any good omens left. She kind of reaches over and stirs the pot. Well, if you have something to eat? Speak up. No reason to be shy.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
What about you, Muscles?
Sure. Thank you.
And
How
does
about
each
the
one
bowl?
of them?
go
Oh,
ahead.
sorry. I
No,
was
please
just
go
going to say, as each one of them says thank you, Mary's slight smile becomes, just a little bit more pronounced as they're all saying, keeping their manners and being polite.
And she serves all of you up a bowl of this. It looks almost like pie filling. It's just like fruit that's been cooked, almost like a stew, but not savory. You guys haven't seen fresh fruit in probably close to 5 years. She actually serves up 2 bowls to you, Hercules, and she says, "If your furry friend wishes, maybe you can take him some."
Is that fresh fruit, ma'am?
It is. You have a good nose on you.
It reminds me of the smell of the pastries in the castle when I was a child.
I have always had a
Wherever did you
fondness for
find
fruit.
fresh fruit?
Oh, dearie. She kind of touches the side of her nose, kind of like knowingly. There's much more to be had if you're interested.
And I think Mary, as Merida's asking these questions, Mary would just turn to her and say, "We are on the brink of an adventure, child. Don't spoil it with questions."
Yes, ma'am.
She says, as you kind of are all eating this, it is delicious. It is sweet and very kind of delicately spiced. It's it's probably the best thing you've had to eat in a long, long time. And as you're all kind of sitting there eating, she says, maybe chance has brought you my way. You're all heading to the den, aren't you?
Indeed.
Good, good. I wonder if you do me a favor. They won't let me in there. They say I've caused too much mischief. Not allowed. But I have an affinity for blades. I like carrying lots of them. Collect them, if you will. Especially the shinier the better. I was wondering if, while you're in there, if you happen to spot any, if you would bring them to me here at this cottage. I will trade them for fresh fruit.
As she says that, you'd notice Mushu reaches behind him and he pulls out this little sword. And he says, "This is the last sword from my master. Would you accept this?"
You would offer the blade of someone that you served? Is this sword in good repair, Mushu?
Yes, Mushu would have kept it in amazing repair. That's probably the only thing that would be in good repair.
So she kind of looks at it. She can see the reflection of her face and the firelight kind of in its blade. This is a very shiny blade indeed. Very well. If you wish to trade, we can trade. Do you wish to trade the sword, Mushu?
Yeah.
Okay. She takes the sword, kind of places it amongst her belongings. She reaches down into the kind of bundle of rags and things that she carries and pulls out a leather pouch that is stamped and dyed in a multitude of colors. This looks very old. It's very worn. She reaches inside, and she's almost like Mary Poppins' bag. She kind of reaches, kind of almost like she's searching inside of it. And then like she pushes her arm down further, like halfway up her forearm into this pouch. And then like past the elbow. And you can hear things like rattling around inside of this pouch. And eventually, here we are. And she kind of pulls, and then like she gets her wrist almost out, and it's like something doesn't want to come out of this pouch. And she kind of pulls and tugs just a bit, and then finally there's this kind of almost a popping noise as this satchel, like this burlap sack, pops out of this leather pouch, and it's covered with like not covered with, it's like this sack has lumps. You can see that it's filled with somewhat roundish shapes. And she hands it over to you, Mushu. Here we are.
Mushu would bow his head as he says thank you.
Thank you. This is a very clever blade. It will fit nicely into my collection. Thank you. Okay, anybody else have anything that they'd like to say or possibly strike a bargain, make a promise, those kinds of things?
While they're inside having this delicious meal of rare ingredients and lovely cooking, Beast is outside and he's stuck into his own food stores and is basically just having a piece of moldy bread that's hard as a rock for his dinner because he's just that unwilling to be by that woman that cursed him.
Does Hercules take the bowl to him at some point?
So about the time he kind of
Okay,
leans
perfect.
up out of his car with his small scraps of food. As he turns around, Hercules is standing there, and he's like, "I brought you some. It's actually pretty good. No one's dead yet, so." It's fruit.
Beast kind of eyes the bowl and then looks up at Hercules. And when he sees that nothing has really changed within the demigod's eyes or his features, he's going to cautiously take the bowl and he's going to put it to his lips and he's going to tilt it back and drink it like someone would soup without a spoon.
Okay. Again, this is incredibly tasty. This is the kind of thing that your chef back in your palace might have cooked. I don't know what your chef was. Why don't you tell me? What was your chef in your palace? I don't know
So
if we see one in the movie or not.
before the curse happened, he was a very portly man with kind eyes that really deserved to have a better boss than the beast was. After the curse happened, he ended up being transformed into a brick oven that used wood fires for all of its cooking. His name, Beast can't remember because he just hasn't paid attention to his servants because there's been not enough time with Belle for that to happen. And he's only just now realizing how good this man treated him after that brick oven has been dismantled piece by piece. And he can no longer thank him for the lovely meals that he was provided.
So, each of you is able to wolf this down. There's plenty for seconds if you can find the room. She gladly will serve and kind of talk to you about, whatever you're willing to disclose, what you've been doing, things that may have happened to you. And kind of towards the end of what seems like the meal and the conversation, she says, "I'm still interested in those blades, if anybody's willing. Like I said, shinier the better." Should I wait here for you?
We will keep a lookout. I cannot promise that we will actually come across a shiny blade, but if we do, then we will bring it to you.
Well, that's good enough for me. A bit dodgy of an answer, but that's fine.
It was a delicious meal. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Of course, dear. Maybe we'll meet again at some point.
I wish I could have shared some of this with my brothers, but they would have loved it. But I appreciate your kindness. Thank you. And I think Merida dismisses herself at that point and goes to see how Beast is doing, keep him company.
Yeah, and I think Mary would at that point kind of stand up abruptly and kind of clap her hands and, well, off we go, jiggity jog. Thank you, good woman. This was a most excellent meal.
You mind your flock well.
Thank you. And she would kind of motion towards the door for for Mushu and Hercules and wait for them to depart before she follows behind them.
As they all come out of the cabin, Beast sort of abashedly brings his arm up and rubs whatever food messings were still on his lips, and he hides the bowl behind his back just to try and give the illusion that he was still being the brooding boy that he is.
And as Mary passes him, she would kind of go, "Oh, you missed a spot."
She really wasn't so bad, Beast. The food was really delicious. It might be worth being kind to her in the future. You never know. Maybe she'll do you a favor. It sure felt good to have delicious food in our bellies.
Would you like some fruit, Beast? As you notice that I'm just dragging a bag of fruit.
Would you like help carrying it?
Only if you accept a fruit.
Then I will accept the fruit.
Within the bag, Beast, you find the reddest, juiciest, largest apples that you have ever seen. Even before all of this happened.
Beast will take one apple out of the bag, and then he'd close the bag up again and carry it over to the dragon cart and put it on he'd put it in where Mushu sits so that Mushu just has the food next to him whenever he would want to eat it.
Thank you, kind sir.
Okay. Is there anything else before you all head off towards the den? No? Okay. You close the remaining distance towards where you know the entrance to Auntie Snow's den is hidden. And before long, you are able to spot the place that you know hides the entrance into the mines that lead beneath the surface. You know that Auntie Snow's den is a sanctuary for many who simply want to avoid raiders that roam the wastelands. This sanctuary is a refuge of sorts for those who are maybe not quite as harsh. So, as the five of you find places to hide your vehicles nearby, moving on foot to enter the den down into the mines that form this sanctuary. I think this is probably where we're going to take our break, actually. I think this is a good spot for it. All right, so we're going to take a 5 to 10 minute break. Refill your drinks, go to the bathroom, kiss your spouse, smoke them if you got them, etc., etc. Thank you so much if you are watching this evening with us, whether you're watching live or at some point in the future. It is very, very appreciated. Hit the like button, subscribe, all that kind of good stuff. If you feel inclined, yeah, thank you so much so far to these 5 players. This has been amazing. I can't believe how well this has actually managed to come together, and I can't wait to get to the second half of what we have tonight. So stick around. We will be right back. Hello, everyone. Welcome back from our break. This is Unhappily Ever After, Chapter 1, Over the River. We are playing the Expedition Engine, a game that I designed out of bits and pieces of other systems that I liked, and this is the Disney Carpocalypse. So welcome to this strange mashup. I'm having a blast so far. I'm so happy with how everybody has brought these characters to life in this really twisted version of a very familiar setting. So I'm ready to head into the second half if everybody else is. Yeah? Sweet. Okay. So first, let's head back to Mickey's head. The entrance of Auntie Snow's den is a monolith to a bygone era. A reminder of the way that things used to be here in Disenia. Just like the world now, this head of this mascot is pitted with rust and falling apart from age. Pieces are missing, repurposed, no doubt, into something else, something more practical. You climb the ladder that is kept nearby up into the missing eye of this mouse, and you then begin the long descent through the old mines that you know at one point were filled with diamonds and gemstones. All of those are long since gone. But before long, you are able to hear the sounds of activity. The people that live down here in this den, run by Auntie Snow. There is a modicum of happiness here. It's small, but it does exist. Most of the people and the animals that live here, of which there is no small amount, people tend to get along with one another for the most part. So, as the five of you return, where are you headed? Where's the first place you're going to go within the den?
I would think we would search out Auntie Snow in particular. She sent us on a mission, so.
Okay. So you kind of work your way deeper into the mines, passing places that have been set up as domiciles and storefronts and carts and things where people are trying to trade and sell things, and you make your way deeper and deeper in until you reach the inner part of the sanctuary where you know Auntie Snow is. And whenever the word gets to Auntie Snow that you have returned, she kind of meets you at the door of her, what kind of serves as her living space, the audience chambers, if you will, where she kind of will talk to you about what has happened. And all of you have met her before. She's pretty well known in this part. And she has a kind of hopeful look on her face, an expression. Did you find it? Please, forgive me. Come in. She kind of ushers you in away from the door.
I think we did.
Yeah.
I gave it to Mary.
Oh, yes. And Mary would then open up the carpet bag and reach in and pull out first the armor. And she's like, no, and kind of brought that to the floor. And then she'd reach in again, pulls out the, that long gaff hook. Nope. She reaches in, pulls out probably, I don't know, like a teapot set. And after a few more, she's then finally goes, yes, here it is, and pulls out the necklace with the crystal.
I think while you were doing that, Auntie Snow had kind of moved past you and shut the door and offered seating to anybody who wished it. And she very patiently waits for you to pull each of these individual items out of your bag. She doesn't seem irritated or anything like that as you take great care with each of these items in turn. When you finally have pulled this crystal out, she looks at it with awe and she kind of steps forward and puts a hand out. She says, may I see it?
Indeed. And Mary would gently place it on her hands, like outlaid it as if it was like some prize jewel, if you will.
She takes it from you rather gingerly and kind of holds it up to the light, studying it, looking at it. She says, my. So this is the crystal of Kida. It's a thing of beauty. And no small amount of power, from what I'm told. Was there difficulty in finding it?
It was just up on a ledge. I just saw it and grabbed it. It wasn't too tough. Do you think it still has power after all this time?
It does. I smelled it.
She kind of looks at it and says, I truly hope so. I am so very grateful for what you've done. This has a chance of maybe undoing some of this wickedness, but I must admit, I'm not finished asking you for favors. You've done such a terrific job of finding this crystal and safely bringing it back to us. I wonder, would you be willing to now take it to a friend of mine in Paris? Hopefully they will know what to do with it, and we can bring an end to some of this chaos and madness. Would you be willing?
Who is the friend?
He holds another sanctuary, another safe place like this one, in an old chapel called Notre Dame. You will know him when you see him.
I will gladly escort it. I can't speak for the other four.
If it'll help, I'm yes. I'd absolutely. When do we leave?
While everyone else was talking to Auntie Snow, I've been busy trying to resize the helmet with my blowtorch.
Like this conversation's taking place and Mushu's off in the corner, kind of like with like this red-orange metal, just like beating on it. Absolutely. Anybody else?
I think Mary just looks towards Hercules and waits for his answer.
I'm with you. I always have been.
And I think she glances towards Mushu, and seeing that he's busy, she just kind of says, excellent. The children are very resourceful. I'm confident we can do this for you.
She steps forward and she kind of clasps your hands, Mary. She says, "You are always such a joy. Thank you, Mary."
Thank you, Auntie Snow.
Well, it is not an easy journey. Not like the trip that you made to the grotto, I'm afraid. She kind of thinks for a moment, and then she nods her head, kind of with resolve. She reaches down to the 7 daggers that she wears at her belt, and she draws one of them. All of you notice as she draws this blade, this is no normal dagger. This is no normal weapon. The blade itself gleams far beyond even the blade that Mushu presented to the old woman in the cottage. This has a mirror-like finish. She says, "This dagger belonged to a very dear friend of mine. His name was Happy. He always liked to make new friends, so I think it's best that this is the one you take. I want you to take this with you on this perilous journey that I have sent you on. Whenever you find a place for shelter, use this blade to carve the word sanctuary into this shelter. It will protect you from foul magic." "Thank you. When you reach Quasimodo, he will know what to do. He's a friend, and he can be trusted."
I think Mary just kind of gives that that low tip of the hat, kind of bowing of her head as she's accepting this dagger from Auntie Snow.
"Well, good. That's settled. I'm very relieved, to tell you the truth. There are many who I would trust with such an errand, but the 5 of you are certainly the most gifted. I think you have the best chance of making this work." She kind of tries to, put on, a brave face and a smile, but you can tell that, just like all of you, doubt is never far from your mind these days. So she seems like she's trying to keep her head up, to be happy. But you can see that she, too, doesn't hang everything on that hope. If you'd like, you can visit Brick. He will make sure that you have everything you need to make the journey, refuel your vehicles, give you more bullets for your weapons if you'd need it. You can find him down in the upper, or down in the lower depths, where he always is. Please, make yourselves comfortable here at the den as always, as long as you need. But I wouldn't wait too long.
Maybe just a wee rest and refuel, and I'll be ready to go. Thank you, Auntie.
Thank you, Merida. Always so brave. Always the first to volunteer.
Worry less for this particular drive. I know the way. We won't get lost.
I trust you to guide them, Beast. You have a noble heart, and it is full of courage. You know the journey is dangerous, but with you, I know they will be safe.
I think as we turn to go, unless somebody else has anything to say to Auntie Snow, I think the last thing that Mary would say as we were about to leave is she would turn back and say, "Remember, Auntie Snow, everything is possible, even the impossible." And she would turn to go.
As I finish with what I can do on the helmet, I would turn to Auntie Snow, seeing my friends are leaving, and I would tell her that I will make sure that the ancestors watch over us.
I truly hope that they do as well. Great stone dragon. And she kind of gives you like a small bow. Okay. So, as you guys leave the company of Auntie Snow, you're able to have some downtime, some relaxation, if you wish it, here at Nadin. So, as well as prepare for the journey ahead. So, each of you, if you would, please just tell me kind of what your character gets up to while you're here in the den.
Well, I think Merida would go to wherever her quarters are, whatever passes for quarters, and she really would probably be ready for a rest. And I think she would be making sure her her things are ready to go. And beyond that, I think she's otherwise pretty carefree. So she's probably visiting with other denizens of the hideout, chatting with Will-o'-the-wisp and that sort of thing.
Yeah, again, like there's all kinds of woodland animals that have gathered here, and many of them talk, and they all have their own tales of woe and things that brought them here. But they are happy to interact and talk and share alike. So, plenty of people to hang out with.
I believe Mary would probably be with Merida in that, especially if Bambi and Thumper and all those would be around, talking with the talking animals. That's exactly what she'd be doing.
Beast is going to go to a spot that he kind of maintained, and there is going to be a wilted rose stem there and a candelabra with 3 branches on it. And he is going to set 3 makeshift candles onto it, and he's going to take some flint and rough iron to just light them, and he's going to say, "I hope what I'm doing is making you proud." And he's just going to sit there for a while. He's going to reach into the straps of his coat, and he's going to pull out a scrap of sparkling yellow cloth, and he's going to lay it down on the rose stem, and he's going to say, "You would have looked lovely in this dress."
I think Hercules, if there wasn't already something like this, he would have set up a place where he could do some sort of training, some sort of makeshift gym. And so he would be down, and he would be have his sword out, and he would be cutting on like a straw dummy, and he would be had some sort of punching bag, and he and all the while he's sort of not all the way in it. Like he's trying, and I mean he's still doing better than most people would do because he's just naturally strong, but he's not doing the things that he is capable of doing. And he finally he gets winded, and he goes and sits down, and he picks up a bottle of water, and as he takes a swig, and there's like a faded logo down the bottle that says Herculade, and it's just, but you can barely read it. And he reaches in his bag, and he pulls out, like, it looks like a plate, and there's a painting of a woman on this plate, and he looks at it, and he just feels defeated, and he feels that he let not only himself down, but he let her down. And he slips the plate back in his bag, and he tries to go again, and sees if he can get back to where he once was.
What does Hercules' sword look like? Is it something like what he used to wield, or is it something like apocalyptic that he's like cobbled together?
I think that it's definitely a sort of Greek style of blade, celestial bronze, and it has a lightning bolt down the side of the blade. It's not in the best shape. He's, I guess, become careless with it, but it's still sharp, but barely.
Musha would probably go to where he stored the stone dragon statue, and he would talk to the ancestors there and ask them for help with this perilous quest. After he's done talking to them, he'd probably go to wherever the storeroom is, of course wearing his new helmet, and see if he can get some supplies for this trip.
Excellent. Okay, so there's definitely like that prayer montage, from Mulan, where he's, but it's Mushu instead. He's lighting the incense, and it's dun 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 dun. He's going through the prayers, and you know what? The ancestors, they hear you, so you can take a wish upon a star point. They've got your back. Great stone dragon. I love Mushi. All right. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, once everyone has kind of gone to bed, that they've checked in for the night, I think what you see is like Mary and Merida were talking with the animals, and then Mary leaves. And while Beast is laying those things out, Mary's in the background. He doesn't know she's there, but she sees that. You just see her silhouette there. Again with Hercules when he's looking at the plate. And then she's watching Mushu doing the praying. And once they've all gone and settled in for the night, Mary is going back to Auntie Snow. And she's going to knock softly on the door to that inner chamber.
There's the same kind of soft voice from before. Come in.
And Mary would open the door and close it behind her, and kind of smooth out her dress a little bit, sit down, make sure all the folds are proper, hands then clasped in her lap before she says anything back to Auntie Snow. My
Yeah,
dear. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, that's fine. She's kind of dressed down for the evening. She's got most of her armor and weapons and stuff have been removed. She's got, I don't know what would pass as pajamas in the apocalypse, but basically she's kind of just ready for bed. Her hair is kind of taken down, and she says, I was just about to turn in for the evening. Is everything okay?"
I do not want to alarm you, but we met a strange woman today. And at the time, it didn't seem so weird that she was asking, but it does now, so I thought I should bring it up to you. She was asking for shiny blades, and I can see from your belt that you possess a number of these, which I was not expecting to find at all in this den. Do you know what she would want with them?
She has furrowed her brow pretty deeply, and after like a long moment, she almost like she realizes that you're still watching her, and she kind of unwrinkles her brow and kind of forces a smile. I don't know why someone would be after these swords. They're very personal to me. It can't be. Did she happen to tell you her name?
She did not, and I thought it would be rude to ask.
Oh, of course, yes. You're right. Maybe I'll send some scouts out to see if they can learn more.
And one other thing. Did say that I would, if I found a shiny sword, would bring her one, not knowing what this would mean. So, I am wondering if you have... Now, I don't particularly feel right in asking you for one of your swords, but I think any particular shiny sword would do, because that would fill the nature of the bargain. Do you happen to have maybe a dagger that's that you're not needing anymore, that we can polish?
Maybe. I'm sure there's one around here somewhere. As I said, I'm quite partial to my own. I don't have a need to carry more than I already do. Some say it's excessive as it is. But I'm sure there's one around here that we could probably polish. Why? Why bring her what she asks for if you have any kind of suspicions of her?
Well, I did not, you see, until I saw what you were wearing on your belt. And lying is just something I do not want to do. And I said I would bring her something if I found a shiny knife. So I would like to find a shiny knife that I can give to her.
Okay, very well then. Certainly, like I said, anything you need for your journey, just see Brick, and he should be able to get you what you're after. I'm sure he can scrounge up a dagger and polish it for you.
Thank you. I'm more concerned that she seems underhanded now by how she asked us for this favor. I thought you should know.
Where did you meet this woman?
In an abandoned cottage, a few hours away.
To the east. You know whether that would be the case.
Yes. Yeah, and I think Mary would at that point kind of describe it in a little more detail, like, over a few dunes past this one tree that looks like a giant scarecrow, um, through the little valley that kind of cuts and makes an L, that kind of sort of thing, as she's describing the path.
Yes, and she absolutely seems to know exactly which building that you're talking about. I see. I once lived in that cottage when I was younger. I don't think that
Indeed.
this woman that you have met was an accident. If you should meet her again, you should take great care, Mary. She is not what she seems. She's a witch. A very cunning one. A very dangerous one.
Yes. A cover is only a cover. It is not the book.
She kind of shakes her head as if, what you're saying is right, but you can tell that she certainly seems to have a history with this individual.
Good night, Auntie Snow.
Yes, of course. Forgive me. Good night, Mary. Thank you.
And Mary would just give that curt nod that she does before she stands up briskly and walks out the door. And then off to see whoever that was that she mentioned to get a knife that she could polish and make shiny.
Okay, so it sounds like Mushu and Mary are both headed to see Brick. Is anybody else going with to restock or anything like that? Nope. Okay. So Mary, you and kind of Mushu meet up as you're on your way down to see Brick, and you just kind of follow the banging and the sound of construction. As you move into a much warmer space inside these mines, and you kind of enter the room of, there's metal hung up everywhere. There's chains all over the place. There's things being welded. There's things being bolted together. This is very much kind of where the construction happens. And after asking around just briefly, you're directed towards who you would assume is Brick. And he certainly answers to that name, as the individual that you see is not human, but instead is a pig. He is carrying this enormous wrench that he kind of just puts up on his considerable shoulder and makes his way over to you as somebody is kind of pointing you out to him. And he approaches Mary and Mushu, and as he does so, he says, "Can I help you? What do you need?" Huh? He kind of like cups his hand to his ear, like he thought maybe he didn't hear you.
Go ahead, dear. Speak loudly.
We need supplies for a trip to Paris, I think.
Paris? What are you going to Paris for?
Auntie Snow's sending us.
Oh. Very good, yeah. All right. So, what do you need? What are you driving?
A big dragon. We have a souped up car, a chariot that's ran by a lawnmower, a weird looking carriage thing, and a gyrocopter.
He kind of looks at you. His eyes are pretty beady, almost like they're lost in the roundness of his head. But they go even beadier as he kind of studies you for a second, like you might be pulling his leg. So they run on gasoline or what? Look, I don't know what to feed a dragon to make it go.
Yes, gasoline and good wishes.
Okay. Oh, she's funny. Gas is over there. And he kind of like jerks this like huge round thumb kind of towards a bunch of barrels that are off in the corner. There's a pump kind of attached to one of them. You're welcome to fuel up. What else you need?
If Mushu is done asking, the Mary would actually say, and a knife, preferably shiny.
Shiny knife. Okay. Sure, yeah. Over there, on the shelf. There's a bunch of knives. Find one that suits you and I'll see what I can do.
Yeah, and Mary would go over to the shelf, looking at the knives, kind of aligning them properly so that they're, straight and stuff. Does she find one that's like, I guess like a paring knife almost?
So, most of what you find here is a little rough around the edges. It could certainly be polished, but a lot of the weapons that you find have been modified over time. The handles, break, they wear down. And what you end up finding is basically a like elongated crescent wrench that has been flattened and beaten into a blade on one end. So like kind of the end of the pommel of this knife still has the wrench head kind of shape to it.
It looks interesting, right?
Definitely.
Yeah. Oh, this will do nicely. Thank you.
Oh yeah, okay. I can put a bit of spit on it for you.
If that is necessary.
The polish is what I mean. A shine.
Oh, indeed. Yes, please.
All right, fine then. He kind of like sets his pipe wrench down and he'll take it from you and he goes over to like a bench and he starts working on this thing, grinding a wheel and all kinds of acetone and stuff. Okay, well while you're down here, is there anything else that you're looking for or want to do?
I would ask him if he could reforge the chest plate for me. That's beyond my skills.
Sure, he kind of takes a look at it. Sure. Yeah, you want it cut down? A little size, more size appropriate?
Yes, please.
I can do that. Yeah, for sure. Just leave it with me. Should be the morning. Oh, I should have it done by then. Okay. Each one of you, please change your gas die, your usage die for your gasoline, from 6 to 8. Okay. So, is there anything else that anybody is wanting to do before they head out?
Beast is going to stock up on food and water.
Absolutely. You can, they're careful with what they ration out to you, but it's a fair amount, and it's nothing spectacular. It's canned food at the very best, probably. Maybe more of the hardtack biscuit type stuff that you were eating before. They can't part with any dried meat. That's definitely too precious. They're going to leave that here. But they definitely make sure that you'll have enough to eat. Okay. So... Oh, I forgot to mention that Brick is missing a leg. He has a artificial leg. That destroyed my throat. My God. All right. So, the next morning, you are all able to rise, get to your vehicles. They have been filled with fuel, and gather your belongings and begin to head across the wasteland, where you have been directed towards Paris. As you are several days into your journey, before we get to the next destination that I'm going to detail for you, is there anything that any of your characters would be talking about? Is there anything that they're doing as you're kind of making this long trek across open desert?
Mary is totally breaking out into song about the randomness things as they pass. Just
I think Merida would just comment on the scenery and like how she kind of misses the green and the water and the variation, but I don't think she has any deep conversations in the works.
After a day of driving, when we're having a camp set up or something, just when we're having a pause in the travel, Beast would kind of sit down next to Merida and he'd ask her, "You had a family before, yeah?"
I had 3 brothers and me ma and me da. I should just not even try that. And you know, a whole clan around me. There was always lots of people everywhere. What about you?
I've just, since even before I got turned into what I am, I just had the servants around. Do you ever regret things that you might have said or did to them?
I had many regrets. That witch back there, I kind of had problems getting along with my mom. You know, everything was a princess doesn't do this, and a princess doesn't do that, and a princess never does. And I just got so tired of it. And then they were going to arrange my marriage. And well, I couldn't have it. I couldn't have it. So I asked that witch for help, and you know, for a while it seemed like she really made a mess of it. She turned my mom into a bear. And you know, my brothers were bears for a little while too. But that was kind of their own fault. Anyway, in the end though, she brought my mom and I closer together. She helped us see each other's side. And even though I was kind of afraid to go in there and meet her, and then it was her. It was so weird. I don't know. But she ended up, I don't know. I learned something, and my mom and I are so close, and really, I can't hold that against her. Everybody says witches are evil, but if they help you, then are they?
I'm glad that your experience with her was positive.
Yours wasn't?
Well, you see how I am.
I see a kind, strong, and capable man who protects us and watches over us. She gave me the key. Like, she told me what I needed to do, and I just had to stop and listen. So maybe, are you missing something?
She told me how to get back to my former form. I had a chance at that.
I'm
Once.
sorry. I'm sorry, Beast. I'm sorry it didn't turn out for you like it did for me. But maybe you'll have another chance. You remind me so much of my dad in so many ways, and it's so wonderful having you here, keeping us safe. I'm so grateful for you.
Adam. Call me Adam.
Adam. I will. It'll be Adam from now on. Thank you for sharing that with me.
Thank you for showing a little faith.
She'll try to hug you if you'll let her. She'll do kind of the gesture and see if you're accepting of a hug.
He will half-heartedly wrap an arm around her.
And she gives you a kiss on the cheek. Shall we be going? It's a little too much touchy-feely for Merida.
That was adorable. Excellent. Okay, so you continue on with this journey, and eventually you come to a place that you know is difficult crossing. The ravine, where there once was a wide, swiftly moving river through this part of the land, it has long since dried up. And now the bridge that remains is in considerable disrepair. But it is one of the only ways to safely cross this ravine for miles and miles in any direction. And though the bridge is broken in the middle, there has been a ramp that has been built that connects the two broken parts. You have to go a little slow to cross, but you can cross here. However, crossing here is not as simple as driving across the bridge. This bridge is controlled by someone. The territory surrounding this side of the ravine and the bridge itself is controlled by none other than Shere Khan. You know, crossing without his blessing would be potentially very problematic. Although, getting his blessing is not necessarily less problematic. So, how are you approaching this situation?
Beast is going to tell the others, I have dealt with this predator before. Just follow my lead, and all will be well.
Anybody have anything to add? What the beast has said?
I trust you. I'll follow your lead.
Okay. So then, Beast, what is your lead?
I will lead by driving the cursed carriage up to the edge of the bridge before getting out and walking towards it. And then Beast will let out a roar to alert the controller of the bridge that he has visitors.
Your roar kind of echoes through the ruined buildings that are kind of in this area, kind of near this bridge entrance, as well as off the walls of this ravine. And with no vegetation or water to dampen the sound, your roar echoes for a long, long moment. And just about the time that your roar finishes its echo, you hear a different roar. But this is not the roar of a beast. This is the roar of engines. As you hear a multitude of revs and these roaring engines begin to make their way towards you, sending up clouds of dust as they begin to approach from several different directions. As they come into view, you can see that the riders of these vehicles of every size and shape and color, they are not ridden by people. Instead, they are ridden by those that serve Shere Khan, the hyenas. You can hear them yipping and barking, this half growl, half laugh, as they excitedly begin to surround you, spinning in circles, kicking up an immense amount of dust. Before finally they all kind of pull into a parked position, and one of the hyenas, their leader, a female, steps off of her motorcycle, and she kind of holds her hand up with her claw extended, and she makes a fist and then brings her hand down, and in unison they all cut the engines of their vehicles. She turns towards you, Beast, and makes her way over to where you can hear her. Staying some distance away, you can see that her hand rests on the handles of her weapons. Who are you? What do you want?
Beast unclasps his cloak, and he's going to hang it on one of the sharper edges of the cursed carriage, and he's going to tell her, I am one many call Beast, and I am here because we wish to cross.
Cross? You want to cross Shere Khan's bridge?
Did I stutter?
Well, first you're gonna have to talk to Shere Khan.
Then bring him.
All of the hyenas erupt in like this high-pitched, like barking laugh. She shakes her head. Shere Khan will not be brought into you. You will be brought to Shere Khan. Leave your vehicles.
Then give me just a moment. Beast will go back to his vehicle, and he's going to use the controls to have it lift up one of the front tires. And you'll see part of the front tires open up like a claw, and then he puts it down and has it clasped, and he repeats the process for each of the three other tires. And he gets out and he waves to the others of his crew. And he tells them, "Stay where you are. I will be back."
You sure you don't need cover?
I best.
These guys look kind of rough.
I have taken on far worse in my own woods.
These hyenas are uncomfortably close to you guys. Several of them are like, sniffing at, inspecting parts of your vehicles, leering at you. Several of them have like licked their chops. This is definitely not a friendly exchange.
So Mary up in the sky in her gyrocopter has casually got sugar on her lap, just in case it's needed.
I just have to say
Moshu.
that sentence out of context is hilarious.
Moshu, if they start trouble, you know what to do.
Hercules is going, whether you want him to or not, Hercules is going to come with you.
Okay. So it sounds like Mary and Mushu and Merida are going to stay with the vehicles, kind of on edge, prepared for what might happen. Hercules and Beast are once again headed through the door, so to speak.
As Beast said, if they do something bad I know what to do, you'd notice the wings of the dragon actually expand out.
As that's happening, this leader of these hyenas kind of walks close to your vehicle, Mushu, on the way back to her motorcycle. She kind of nods. Nice ride, snack. Okay. There is very much the feeling of a Mexican standoff as the three of you kind of stay with your vehicles surrounded by these hyenas. A few more of the hyenas kind of disembark and head towards Shere Khan's office, domicile, where it is that he is going to be meeting you, apparently. They're kind of escorting you, Beast and Hercules. You kind of enter this old, dilapidated concrete building, mostly still intact. Any of the paint that was on the outside has mostly flaked off. that you can tell at one time it was probably highly decorated. And you're taken up several flights of concrete stairs and past like this hallway with a row of windows on one side that overlooks the area where all of your vehicles are parked. So you can have clear is probably not the right descriptor. These windows are not clear. They have grime kind of caked on them. But where the windows are missing or open, you can see out into the courtyard. And everything so far seems to have remained copacetic. You're led into this room that has been appointed with furniture. It definitely is hodgepodge together. But there is a large wooden desk on one side with a high-backed chair. And as you enter, the chair swivels around to reveal, of course, the face of Shere Khan. He kind of studies the two of you as you enter this room and extends a hand out, gesturing with a maybe purposefully taloned finger towards two chairs that are sit opposite him.
Hello again, Sheer, Beast would say as he takes his seat.
There aren't many who cross my bridge twice, Beast.
There aren't many that cross it once.
You know how this works. What do you bring me?
I bring you an offering of food and water, supplies to keep yourself and your troops rationed well.
He kind of clucks his tongue.
How contrived. Uninteresting. Surely there's something else.
What is it that you desire?
He kind of extends his hand outward and looks at his nails, these claws that he has purposefully extended out of the ends of his fingers.
I have it on good authority that you carry with you a certain necklace. A crystal necklace.
Unfortunately, that's already been dedicated to someone else.
I am Shere Khan, Beast. There is no one else.
There is always someone else.
He kind of... Oops.
He levels his eyes at you, Beast, and you see this kind of... I'm sure it's a look you've probably seen before. There's this kind of dangerous flash across his eyes.
So instead of my bridge, you've chosen to cross me.
You made an offer. I refused, just the same as you did to me.
If you will not give me what I have asked for, Beast, then perhaps you can supply my forces with food. Take them.
The hyenas in the room level their weapons at you. all of you, if you would please, roll a single D10.
Eight.
8, 2, 1, 2, 4. Okay. So you guys got 3 successes, which means that there will be 3 PC slots. Then the NPCs have a chance to go. And then the remaining 2 PC slots. And that'll carry forth through the remainder of this encounter. Now, what I'm going to do here is we're going to enter a mini game. You are now all on a race for this bridge. And as such, I'm going to... Hang on just one second. Boom. We are going to have a race. So each one of you is represented here. I will explain how this is going to work in just a moment. Essentially, the way that we're going to handle this is you want to get to the bridge first. If you don't, there will be a consequence. So, hopefully everybody can see us down here on the bottom of the screen. Looks like I did that right. Yay. And hopefully I'm able to run this. Karen, I know that you have the link to this, the race thing. You don't have to bring it up, but if you want to, be my guest. Because I might end up needing a little help.
Be my guest.
Be my guest. Be my guest. Let us service to the test.
It's the same. Do I still have the link?
I don't know. I think it's your drive. So anywho, we are going to race to the Ravine Bridge. Let me see. I'm going to bring this up on my screen. Okay, cool. So I should be able to manipulate everything from here. All right. Here is how this is going to work. The finish line for this race is a set numerical value. For this particular case, it is going to be 150 points. Whichever racer crosses the finish line first, or the one with the most points once the finish line has been crossed, will win the race. Okay? So each round, each racer is given 3 dice that they can choose to allocate however they wish amongst these 3 actions: speed, caution, or attack. Right now, before the race begins, each one of you probably should determine which of the stats that you have that will best serve as your default approach for each one of these things: speed, caution, or attack. It doesn't have to be the same stat all the way through the race, but it's a good idea to have a default at the beginning just in case you can't think of a better description, so you have something to fall back on. Speed is different than the stat speed, so they don't have to correlate to one another. Speed dice are rolled, and each success will advance the racer's finish line total by 10 points for the round. Okay? Attack dice are rolled just as normal for the game. The defender is going to roll their vehicle's usage die for each of the attacker's successes. Okay, everybody with me so far? No? It's fine. We can have questions as we go. It won't be an issue. However, each success that an attacker gets reduces that defender's finish line total by 5 points for the round, despite the outcome of their usage die. Okay? Caution dice are only going to be rolled if an obstacle comes up. Otherwise, they're wasted for the round. there's a 50% chance every round that an obstacle may present itself. A die roll is going to determine what type of obstacle, if any, is in play and what penalty will apply if it is not avoided. Every obstacle has a listed threat level associated with it, and each of the successes that you get with caution dice is going to reduce that threat level of the obstacle. If you fail to avoid the obstacle, you have to roll your vehicle's usage die a number of times equal to whatever is left on the threat level. There might be additional conditions and things like that that will apply depending on the obstacle and the situation, etc. So, did I completely and totally scramble anybody's brain? Yes. Good. And scene. No. So, I know it sounds like a lot. Stick with me. We'll get through this. And I hope, fingers crossed, hope that it's a lot of fun. All right. So, first, we have the scramble for the vehicles, for 2 of you at least. So you guys have 3 PC slots that you get to take before the NPCs are able to act. You can discuss amongst yourselves who those 3 PCs will be.
I'll go last.
If it's fine with everyone else, I would like to be the first one to go.
Yeah, I think it makes sense that the 2 of you are the first ones to go, seeing as
Mhm.
you know it first before we don't even know that's happening.
Right.
Right.
I would like to tackle Hercules out a window so that we can get to the vehicles faster.
I like it. So it seems since Mary's in the air that she should maybe get that 3rd slot. And plus I'm ranged, so being toward the rear makes sense. Although I do have the fast muscle car.
Jeremy, would we see them jump out the window?
I imagine it's going to be hard to miss.
Okay. Were we able to prepare an action?
Given the situation, I would say that the 3 of you would be. Yeah, but but then again, so are the hyenas. So I think it's probably going to be a wash, and it'll end up just being like a normal round of combat where 3 people will have the chance to go before they do anything. Okay, so between Beast and Hercules, who's going first? Beast?
Yeah.
Okay. How are you getting out of this building? Are you jumping out the window? Are you...
Like I said, I was tackling Herc out the window so we both
Okay.
got to the cars faster.
All right. Hercules, are you planning on resisting this at all? Nope. Okay. Then do this. Beast, give me a roll, and we'll call this probably a force roll. Beast is fairly used to hand-to-hand combat, I think. So I would say that he's an expert in this kind of a grapple situation, essentially. But certainly not prepared to leap out of
Definitely
a
not prepared,
multi-storied
no.
window. So 2 dice.
That's going to be 2 successes.
Okay, excellent. So you manage to dive out of this window with Hercules in your arms, essentially, and are able to find a soft enough landing in like a place where the sand has kind of like duned up against the outside of the building, and you hit, and both of you kind of roll down this incline of the sand and land at the bottom. In just about the time that you do, there is another roar.
Get down!
As Shere Khan yells from inside, and the hyenas are all on alert. Okay, so Herc, you technically still have your turn. What are you going to do?
I think at this point, I want to get back to the vehicles as fast as possible.
Okay. So you just hop up, get on your feet, and beeline back to the Pegasus 2. Beast, you are kind of getting up to your feet. You took the worst of this landing, what little there was, and you're kind of scrambling up to your feet and kind of clawing your way back to the chariot. The chariot? Carriage. Okay. That brings us to our third PC slot.
I believe we've actually decided in the chat that it's going to be Mushu, because as soon as Mary sees Beast and Hercules dive out the window, she yells, "Now, Mushu!" And we'll let him take his turn.
Is it 2 actions or 1?
So, I mean, it's not necessarily that kind of a limit. It's a little more freeform than that, but just basically describe to me kind of what you're doing in a turn, and then we'll figure out how to make it roll.
Okay. Mushu had his hands on the 2 levers that controlled his weapon systems, and he was waiting for something to happen. So he's going to use the flamethrower on the hyenas near him and launch rockets above and past Beast.
Okay, cool. So let's make an attack roll. Let's see, flamethrower, and okay. So this maybe is a speed, since he's trying to be fast to get the drop on these guys. Again, this is fire. This is Mushu. I think that you're certainly an expert in this situation, and you had your hand on it, and you were talking about how you were ready and waiting, so I would actually say that you are prepared as well. So take 3 dice.
For speed, I have to be higher than the number, right?
Correct, yes.
3 successes.
3 successes. Excellent. Okay. So you hit this flamethrower, and this jet of fire just shoots out of the mouth of your dragon, and several of these hyenas and their vehicles are engulfed in flames. They are screaming, laughing at the tops of their lungs, and making horrifying screams and whimpers. How many D4 do you have at the ready there, Mason?
1 with me, but I can grab more in a second.
Excellent. Roll. Let's do this. Roll D6.
I've
Roll me 5d4, please. Don't total them. Give me each of the results, if you would. Actually, I'll do this. Just tell me how many of them are 1s or 2s.
Two 1s, 3 4s.
That's a very interesting split. All right, so 2 of these hyenas are immediately killed in this gout of flame that shoots out of your dragon. And the other 3, while them or their vehicles are certainly set ablaze, they're still alive. They're running around trying to put the flames out. But it's going to take them a bit before they're able to join in this race. Okay. The hyenas themselves all begin to brandish their weapons, fire up the engines of their vehicles, and start to head towards this bridge. Okay. So all right. So each one of them, yeah, Karen, if you have it brought up, if you would, go ahead and move each one of these hyenas up to the 10 line. Okay, and that'll be where they go temporarily until we get to the end of the round. Okay.
All but 2 though, right?
Yeah. If there's room. I mean, it's going to get crowded, but hopefully the layers don't act up. And thank you for doing that, by the way. Okay. So, they peel off, leaving the 5 that were injured or consumed by the fire. And they begin making their way in a rush towards the bridge, leaving all of you behind. Though they do brandish weapons and such, prepared for a fight along the way. All right. The last 2 slots.
So I left 2 of them because you said 2 of them were on fire, right?
Yes.
Like immediately on fire? Okay.
Oh, I guess there were actually 3 that were on fire. 2 that died right out. So I'll pull one off the board.
Well, the 2 that are not on the board are the ones that died. Did you want the 3?
No.
Is that right?
Yeah, they would be, the 3 that died are going to be, or the 2 that died are going to be separate.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Who still had not gone? Keep cutting my own head off.
Mary's next.
All right.
So I think Mary's still up in the air. She's waiting for everyone to get back into their vehicles before doing anything. So at this point, she's going to very carefully aim sugar and fire into the hyenas.
All right. She aiming for one of the ones that is on fire or one of the ones that is peeling away?
One of the ones peeling away. And in fact, she would probably aim for the nasty one that did all the talking.
Ooh, the leader. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So let's see. Sugar is kind of a multi-barreled gun.
It's a large barreled hand cannon.
Nice. Okay.
So that's basically it fires shrapnel.
Sweet. Okay.
Nasty wounds. Yeah.
So a weapon like that probably doesn't take much control to fire necessarily. Possibly speed, maybe grace. I could see an argument for either one.
I would think grace, because she's not like whipping it out, and it's more of a fluid motion, as if it was like part of her.
It's very purposeful.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Absolutely. Okay. So let's roll grace. I am not sure about extra dice. Prepared, yes, because you had specifically said that you had it laid out across your lap and at the ready. What did you say? Sorry?
No, I was going to say I was definitely prepared for sure.
Yes. Yeah. So let's go with 2 dice.
Okay. Oh my lord. I have a 2 in grace, and I rolled a 1 and a 2.
Oh my goodness. Okay. So you rolled your number. So you'll get a wish upon a star point. But that is a fail.
It is.
Okay. So you go to fire, and this kind of noise comes out of the back of Sugar as the cartridge that you have loaded in it apparently is no good. It is a dud. you're going to have to take basically a moment to kind of remove that dud charge and replace it if you want to use it again.
Okay, perfect.
Are you moving at all?
No, she said
Oh, that's right.
she was waiting for them. Yeah.
Perfect. Okay, cool. Okay, last PC slot.
That'd be me. So Merida also wants to make sure, of course, she's already in her car. She never left it. She's revving her engines, but she's also waiting for the rest of the group to get moving first. So she will take aim with her harpoon gun and try to get try to hit one of the hyenas that's already driving off.
Okay, so again, there's probably an argument here for speed. You're trying to, lead one of these hyenas as it's kind of starting to drive away and hit it before it gets too far. So speed works. I'm open to any other suggestions you might have as to what could fit.
Speed totally makes sense to me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
All right. Again, this is kind of what you discussed as being Merida's signature weapon, this harpoon. So I think she's an expert here. You guys did say that you were ready, that you were ready for trouble, that you had your hands on your weapons. So I definitely think that you would qualify for a third die as well.
Awesome. Okay. Let's see what we got. I have a 1, but I also have a 5 and a 6. And I'm a 2 on that. Okay, so so I have 2 successes.
Which means that you did it, and you did it well. So, as you hit this hyena with your harpoon, roll a d4 for me, please.
Alrighty. 2.
You can describe how you kill this hyena.
Well, he's gotten in his car and he's heading onto the bridge, and the harpoon nails him right in the back, like right through the neck, through the back window of his car, into his headrest, and pins him to the steering wheel. And I think he swerves and goes right off the bridge. Gone.
Your harpoons don't have like tethers on the ends of them, right? They're just like a big bolt.
They're more like an arrow substitute for her.
Perfect. So yeah, absolutely. This kind of goes straight through him, like you said, pins him kind of like in this slouched position over his steering wheel, and the steering wheel's kind of at an odd angle, and sure enough, he kind of butts up against another one, kind of scraping away some of the rust as he heads straight off of this bridge and careens and goes off the end, and there's this kind of comically long pause before there's this this huge fireball that comes up over the edge of the bridge. Excellent.
Bye, bye, bye.
Okay. So, we are now back to the top of the round. This is the first round that everybody is back in their vehicles. So now we are going to be utilizing this race rule. Each one of you please decide how you're going to allocate the 3 dice that you are allowed for the round. You must split those 3 dice between speed, caution, or attack. You can just jot it down on a piece of paper or what have you, or in our chat. Oh, yes. While you guys are taking care of that. Man, that pig did a number on my voice. All right. So, we are back to the first 3 slots of the round. They don't have to be the same PCs. You guys can choose once again how you want to divvy those up. So which of the 3 of you will go before the hyenas?
I'll volunteer.
Mary will go after.
So as Beast swings himself up into the cursed carriage, he starts to have it move less like a vehicle and more like it does in the Beauty and the Beast movie, galloping over the bridge. And was the picture you showed of a suspension bridge accurate to what this bridge looked like?
Yes, but to clarify, you will not be at the bridge until you guys reach the finish line. So you're getting there. But yes, it is a suspension bridge.
So I'm doing 2 for speed, 1 for caution.
2 for speed, 1 for caution. Okay, so hold on to your caution die. What are you using for your stat for speed?
For speed, this is him just going full throttle. He isn't really caring about stuff that's in front of him, so I was going to do force.
Perfect, okay. So yeah, just crashing through whatever's in his way. All right. So go ahead and roll those 2 dice that you allocated for speed against your force.
2 successes.
2 successes. Okay, so as of now, you have 20 points towards your finish line total for this round. It may not stay that way. We shall see. But for now, you have 20 points. So let's go ahead, I guess. Oh, thank you, Karen. Perfect. Look at you. So yes, we'll adjust that at the end if we have to. And you have 1 towards caution. All right. Second PC slot.
I'll take it. So I've got back to Pegasus 2, and the reins are also like how you start the engine, kind of like a pull cord, and so but you do it like you're starting like you're getting a horse going, and you get it going, and so I've got 2 for speed and 1 for attack. So
what are you using for your speed stat for this?
I'm also going to use force for my speed.
Okay. Excellent. So let's go ahead and roll both of those. You'll have 2 dice against your force.
That's 1 success.
Okay. So you will be on the 10 line. You get 10 points for this round. And then you said you had 1 towards attack?
Yes.
Okay. So you are pulling up alongside these hyenas. There is a multitude of them. Do me a favor, if you would, please, DJ. Mm-hmm. Roll me 3d8s. And, yeah, we'll handle that first. Roll me 3d8s.
What am I looking for?
Just whatever the numbers are.
I got a 1, a 3, and a 6.
A 1, a 3. Okay, so this hyena that you're rolling up beside, that you're kind of in range of attacking, is driving some kind of amalgamation between a motorcycle and a dune buggy. And what was the third D8 you had?
6.
6. But this dune buggy / motorcycle, on the front of it, has a massive cow catcher. Almost like on the front of a train. This kind of big triangular shaped piece of metal that's made to basically get shit out of its way. And then if you would please also roll me 2d12.
A 4 and a 12.
Okay. It is armed. Oh, roll the 12 again.
7.
7. Okay. Chainsaw and a bulldozer bucket. So not only does it have a cow catcher on the front, but it also has a bulldozer bucket. Some kind of combination between those two things. And then off the kind of the back, there's this kind of large chainsaw that's rigged up and is going. So, how are you attacking this vehicle?
I think I'm going to use flare. Like I'm just going to kind of go big on my sword, just because it's open top, right? Like it's not like a. So I'm gonna try to like swing directly at this guy. Just do it as big as I can.
Excellent. So you kind of like bring your chariot kind of right up alongside this vehicle, matching pace with this hyena, and you're just gonna basically reach over and kind of slash at him with your sword, just kind of through the open cage of this dune buggy body. Perfect.
Yes.
All right. Do it up big, like you said. So let's roll that flare die.
Success.
Excellent. Okay, so roll me a d4.
2.
Tell me how you kill him.
I come right up alongside him, like slowly making that pace, and right as I get up to him, I look over and I say, "Hey, ugly!" And he turns and he looks at me, and I cut his head off with the sword.
Absolutely. There's this kind of like noise as his head just completely departs from his body, tumbles into like the lap, like up against the steering wheel, like its tongue kind of lolled out to the side. And again, that kind of dune buggy motorcycle starts to kind of waver and fishtail further and further until finally it hits and like rolls sideways, hits something, and there's this massive fireball again. All right, who's up next?
I'll go next. I have 1 speed and then 2 attacks.
Okay, what are you using for your speed?
Knowledge.
Knowledge.
Okay, I'm
So
gonna
maybe you're
try and get up close to the enemies.
okay. So yeah, for your speed, it's all about like kind of where you're putting your vehicle. So maybe you've kind of like plotted a little bit of a course kind of through the terrain that you see in the bundle of all of these hyenas. So let's go ahead and roll that knowledge and see how well your plotting is going to work. Success? Excellent. Okay, so that will also put you on the 10 line. And you said 2 attack.
I'm going to use intimidation for attack, because I'm just going to put a wall of fire in front of the enemy.
Excellent. Okay. So let's do this. Let's go ahead and roll 3d8. Let me know what you get.
A 4, a 1, and a 2.
4 and a 1. Okay. So this is part muscle car, part motorcycle. And a 2. It is covered in spikes. This thing looks like a porcupine. All right. And 2d12.
4 and 11.
4 and 11. Also armed with a chainsaw. Apparently they were having a fire sale. And an 11, a saw blade. Okay, so in addition to the chainsaw, there's also like this large mounted, basically kind of like what would be used to split timber. A large sawtooth, like circular blade that is spinning. All right. So your 2 attacks. What are you using to attack this hyena?
Intimidation.
Oh, that's right. You did say that. All right. So let's roll that up as you place your wall of fire in front of him.
2 success.
Excellent. Okay, so roll a d4 twice. Let me know if you get a 1 or a 2.
1 and a 2.
Okay. So, how do you, if you're intending on finishing them off, how do you take 2 of these things out of the race? You're muted. For what is, I'm sure, what was a glorious description.
I said the wall of fire just comes up in between the 2 of them. They end up getting blinded, so they crash into each other.
Excellent. Yeah, they kind of shield their eyes for just a moment, waver, and then they try to overcorrect, and both of them crash back into one another and collapse in a heap of dust and broken pieces that fly for hundreds of feet in every direction, it seems. Okay. That is the first 2 PC slots. I think there's still a third. It needs to go. No, that's it. Excellent. Okay, that's right. All right, so now these hyenas are going to go. Each one of them need to be moved up to the 20 line, if you would please, Karen. And then they are each going to also have a die towards caution and an attack die. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Perfect. There are 5 of them remaining, it seems, plus the leader. So, we'll get her in just a second here. One of these hyenas is going to be trying to attack each one of you. Each one of you, if you would, please, roll 2d12. Find out what they're attacking you with.
Eight and 5.
Okay. 8 and 5. We'll get that one. Ooh, okay. Alright, this one is going to pull up behind you, Mushu, and say, "You like fire? You like fire? Have some of this!" And he's going to throw a spear, essentially, this long pole that on the end of it has what looks almost like a slim coffee can with kind of these metal spikes kind of affixed to the outside of it. He throws this at you, and let's see how. Okay, there we go. How are you going to try to avoid getting hit with this thing?
Force.
Okay. Maybe slam on your brakes or something. Okay, cool. So roll a force die.
It's a success.
Excellent. Okay. So you slam on your brakes, and he hurls this thing down, trying to anticipate where you would be, and completely misses. It embeds in the sand next to your dragon, and you're able to pull away before this thing blows up in this big, huge column of fire. Okay. 7 and 10 for the beast. Ooh, okay. Beast, the one that is pulled up beside your chariot, has a massive crane claw on its back, and it has moved it over directly above your carriage and is going to try to come down and grab a hold of it. How are you going to try to avoid that?
I think the beast would have the carriage rear up and grab onto the claw and then just tear it off. So force.
All right. So roll that up.
That is a pass.
Excellent. Okay. So you manage to leap onto this thing and you start to tear pieces of it apart as best this carriage can. However, it is still going to be functional at this point. Okay, let's see who's next. Herc, 1 and a 6. Perfect. All right, this thing pulls up beside you, and it has chariot spikes on its wheels. And this kind of large collection of like blades and sharpened metal and poking bits that are spinning around at a huge speed, and are going to attempt to damage your tires a bit. How are you going to avoid that? You're muted. You're muted, DJ.
I think it's gonna be instinct.
Instinct, okay.
Because these chariot spikes, I'm sure I've run into this before.
Absolutely.
So,
or not run into this before. As the case may
exactly.
be. Okay. So go ahead and roll that up.
That's a failure.
Ooh, okay. So that means Herc is going to drop back 5 points. Kind of in between the lines is fine. And I need you to roll your usage die for your Pegasus 2, please.
I'm good.
Good, excellent. Okay, so the damage is superficial. Maybe you have some kind of protection on your wheels, and it does little more than just kind of like send up a bunch of sparks everywhere as the metal's kind of grinding on protective metal. All right. Mary Poppins. 1 and 3. Oh, this makes perfect sense. Okay. Mary, the one that is underneath you has this flamethrower that is like a turret mounted on its back. And the hyena that's kind of driving is continuing to operate the vehicle, but the one on the back has pointed and angled this flamethrower up as high as it can go and is shooting this spout of flame at your gyrocopter. How are you going to try to avoid that?
Well, I'm going to gracefully bank the gyrocopter such that it lifts up and the flame passes right past.
Excellent. Okay. So go ahead and roll that die.
I rolled 10, so yeah.
Okay, excellent.
Success.
So, yeah, with hardly breaking a sweat, Mary Poppins just kind of gently pulls the sticks to one side, and it just kind of... And the gout of flame just shoots upwards in this, like, large fountain of fire, but does nothing else. Okay, last but not least, Merida. 11 and 6. Okay. This one has another one of those massive saw blades on the front of it. And as it comes up to you, it basically is just going to try to drive right up to the back of this old Mustang of yours, and basically just drive this spinning blade straight into the trunk of your car. How are you going to avoid it?
All right. I think we're going to use instinct to dodge it.
All right, yeah. So you're going to kind of look at this thing, try to judge its speed as best you can, and just stay ahead of it. So go ahead and roll that die.
7. Oh, I needed to roll. Oh, no. Wait. You're
rolling instinct?
Yeah.
So you want
okay,
under.
so I rolled a 7, so I'm like, I had an 8. I'm just like, oh.
So yeah,
just
this
barely
saw blade
on the correct side.
Yeah, this saw blade is like cutting into what kind of remains of the spoiler or whatever on the back of this Mustang. It's kind of cutting through, and there's this kind of noise as sparks are just like flying everywhere. But you manage to just pedal to the metal and stay ahead of this thing far enough that it can't actually get too much damage on your car. Okay. So that brings us to the end of the round.
Nope.
No? No.
We get to go.
Yep.
Oh, that's right. Okay, cool. Yes, 2 PC slots, please. Then we'll take care of the end of the round stuff.
So Mary is doing speed. Her gun's jammed. So,
Okay.
Or unworking at this moment. So speed, speed, speed.
All right.
And she's doing that whole graceful, this is a gyrocopter, but you wouldn't tell that it's like a jury-rigged bucket of bolts, the way she's flying it through and amongst all of the debris that's flying in the air, just kind of swerving and gracefully going through. So that's what I was saying.
All right. So 3 grace, it sounds like.
So that's 3 successes.
Okay. So move Mary up to the 30 line. 30-yard line. Penalty. Okay. So Mary is just like having a grand old time up there, weaving in and out of these giant geysers of fire and these crazy sparks and things that are flying everywhere, as if it were just a nuisance. All right, and who is our last PC slot?
That would be Merida.
All right.
And I am speed attack.
Speed attack. Okay, and what are you using for speed?
So we're going to use some flare.
Ooh, nice. Okay.
And much like the guy who just hit me from behind, that's exactly what Merida's going to do. She's going to pull up to the guy in front of her, and then she's going to use force to so flare and then force to like bump him.
Okay. So let's roll the 2 flare dice first.
Okay.
And flare is...
So let's see. Flare's under. I only got 1 success. And I got 1 7, which is my number.
Okay, so you get another wish upon a star point.
Okay.
And 1 success will put you on the 10 line as well.
Okay, I'll take it.
Okay, so, and then you are coming up behind this hyena and are going to launch your harpoon at him?
I'm going to bump him. I'm going to bump his bumper and try to cause mayhem.
Cool, okay. So yeah, I imagine it's like this situation where you're in the middle of this like hyena sandwich. This hyena in the car in front of you is very close, like your bumpers are tapping one another, and this guy with the blade is still right behind you on the other side. This saw is still trying to get to you. So okay, let's go ahead and roll that force die.
Okay, so that's this one. I gotta roll under, and I have a success.
Excellent. Okay.
No, it's
so
still
roll...
just it's 1. Yeah, it's 1 because.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what you allocated for the round. So,
sweet.
So let's go ahead and roll a d4.
Okay. It's a 1.
Okay. How do you kill him?
Oh yes. All right. Well, since I bumped him, I give a good forceful tap on his bumper, and he swerves, hits a car next to him, rolls over, and I guess he's crushed in the cab of his car. Wasn't wearing a seatbelt. Not very Disney of him.
Silly hyena.
There are 2 things they tell you on every ride. Make sure your things are securely fastened and keep your arms and legs inside the vehicle at all times. He did neither.
He did not. He did not listen. Okay. He overturns and his car kind of spins as it grinds along this sand until it kind of hits a small embankment of sand, and there's just this like big sand kind of thrown up in this large arc away from where he collided. No more. Okay. So we're at the end of the round. Everybody has been adjusted who has been hit, I believe. And all of the hyenas that were hit this round were killed outright, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, cool. So we don't have to adjust the speed for any one of them. So all of the positions that you currently are in for the race are final for the round. Of course. How silly of me. I forgot about the obstacle. You guys almost let me forget about the obstacle.
About to question it because I didn't want to waste my caution die.
Good. Oh, 41. Okay. Oh, that's not supposed to be a percentile. Jeremy, you're stupid. D20 roll. 2. Okay. You guys are safe. There's no obstacle for this round. Nah. Alright, so we are on to round number 2. 3 PC slots before the NPCs will have a chance to go. Yes, please decide how you want to allocate your 3 dice for the round. Yes, I like that. Yeah, the Wish Upon a Star points, if you want to try to use them while we are driving and stuff, absolutely. So, typically the way that it kind of works is when you wish upon a star, it's because there's a shooting star coming across the sky, your character happens to see it, you make a wish, that star lands, and you're able to get whatever you wished for from that. This is residual kind of magic from the fallout, well, pardon me, the apocalypse that happened. Because of the magic that was being flung around. But I also do really like the idea that you could use it as an attachment on your car. So absolutely. I'm trying to work out in my head how I can maybe have both of those things still happen, or it's still a star or whatever, but I don't know that that's going to work. So, but you can absolutely use them to have an attachment on your car.
Flaming car, star,
Absolutely.
you know, they could be
Sure.
mistaken.
Yeah. Maybe a star crashes into your car and there's an attachment. Who knows? Yeah, go for it. Absolutely. Actually, let's just have it be where that's a secondary way that you can spend them. I'm cool with that. All right. So, who of the 3 of the PCs who are going first? Who's going to go first?
I can. I'm doing a speed, a control, and a attack.
Okay, cool. So speed, caution, and an attack, 1 on each. Excellent. Okay, what are you using for speed? You're muted.
I forgot if you have the chat out, but you can't speak.
Yeah.
You can't unmute. I'm gonna use knowledge again.
Okay, excellent.
I'm gonna try and find
ahead.
a path to the guy who just tried to spear my car with flaming explosive.
Nice. Okay. So go ahead and roll that up.
Success.
Excellent. Okay, so a 1 on speed will move Mushu up to the 20 mark. And you said you had 1 on attack as well. What are you using to attack?
I'm gonna actually do subtlety this time because I'm gonna try and aim fire right at his engine.
Ooh, okay. Excellent. Okay, so go ahead and roll that.
Success.
Excellent. Okay, so roll a d4.
That's a 1.
On subtlety?
You
That's
said
a-
D4, right?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Brain fart. Yes, a 1. So, please describe how you kill this hyena.
A little burst of fire comes from the dragon's mouth, aims right at the center of his engine, which causes it to overheat. And as he's exploding, I'm going to say dishonor on you and your cow.
Perfect. Mushu blasts straight through this smoldering wreck that he's just kind of created, knowing that that's at least going to provide him with the opening that he needs to gain some ground here. Excellent. Okay, and then remember you have the caution die that you are setting aside. All right, next PC slot.
I'll take it. I'm doing another speed attack. So
What are you using for speed?
I think it's a lot of the same. I just
Sure.
powering through on the speed, going as fast as I can. So force
Absolutely.
for speed.
Okay. So roll those up.
1 success.
Okay. So Herc will move up to the 15 mark. All right. And then you said you went speed, attack?
Yes.
Okay. And how are you attacking one of these hyenas as you kind of pull up beside them or behind them?
I think flare again. I think he's kind of getting into his own rhythm here, So
Hercules likes to make a show of it. That's for sure.
And that is a success.
Excellent. Okay, so roll a d4 again.
That's a 4.
Okay, so that hyena that you have attacked is going to drop back from the 20 to the 5. As you manage to hit him. However, I'm sorry, the 15. He just, by 5 points is what I meant. Sorry, Karen. I misspoke. Yeah, there you go. So he kind of slows down as you cut maybe like a hose or something like that. You miss him, but you manage to slow his vehicle down just a bit. And he kind of looks at you with this kind of grimace full of teeth and ends up kind of beside you. Okay. Next PC slot. Should be the last before the hyenas go.
I'll take this one. And I did attack, caution.
Okay. So you've kind of pretty much like pumped the brakes just a bit here. Not necessarily going to make any forward progress, which kind of makes sense. You're on this thing's crane.
Speaking of being on that thing's crane, the carriage is going to grab onto the crane before slamming itself into the ground to act as a pivot point and try to swing it into another car. I'm using force for both attacks.
Excellent. Okay, cool. So
and I got passes for both.
Okay. All right. So roll me 2d4. Or roll a d4 twice.
2 on both.
2 on both. Okay. So what does it look like as you pull this off and take out both of those hyenas?
So as the carriage lashes its claw wheels onto the crane and flips itself into the sands, it uses the momentum of that car traveling next to it to swing it around, slam it into the other car, release, and lets the two of them tumble over each other as they become a joined wreck and just fuse together.
Absolutely. And they tumble in this kind of tangled mass before finally coming to a stop with this kind of horrible screeching, like kind of like twisted metal noise. And there is fuel leaking everywhere. And it doesn't take long before a spark of all of what's happening around hits that fuel, and it just races across the sand, and this huge fire eruption that comes from this tangled mass. Okay. There are two... Nope. The hyenas get to go. Alright. The leader of the hyenas is going to shift tactics and is going to put all of hers towards speed. Shinzi is going for... She's going the distance. She's going for speed. She's all alone. All alone.
Listen, if there's one person here who can go the distance, it's her.
That's fair. That's fair. That trumps cake. Okay. She does, however, get 2 successes. So she is going to advance 2 spots. All right. She starts to pull ahead a bit. Mary, you see, she basically just kind of like opens up a Nox tank and just like starts rocketing past you at lightning speed. The other remaining hyena is going to... Okay. He is going to do 2 attack. Oh. Yeah, he's going to do 1 speed and 2 attacks. So we're going to test his speed first. He succeeded, so he'll move up 10 spaces, which would put him at the 25. And he's going to use his other 2 dice to attack you, Mary. The rest of you see this kind of like a scoop-shaped arm that's mounted to the back of this vehicle. The hyena inside pulls a lever, and this tank sitting on the side kind of falls. It's a propane tank, and it rolls back into the crook of this arm. And he's going to hit a lever, and that thing catapults this propane tank at Mary's gyrocopter. Mary, how are you going to try to avoid this?
Mary is going to use her knowledge of physics to know that the best place to go is straight up to get out of the arc of the thing.
Okay. So, go ahead and roll your 2 dice, please.
My how many?
2. Against knowledge.
2 successes.
Okay. You pull straight down on these sticks. And as you do so, your gyrocopter kind of whines as it kind of like lifts up, and all of you watch this propane tank, this kind of white chipped paint thing that's kind of wrapped in barbed wire, launches, and it comes up, and just at the last moment, Mary kind of pulls up, and it barely clears the bottom of her gyrocopter before it completes its arc some distance ahead, hits, and leaves this enormous crater of glassed sand beneath it. Okay. That was all of the remaining hyenas. Their numbers have been remarkably thinned just after these 2 rounds, and we are going to be heading into round number 3. So please, if you will, for what is... No, I'm a liar. I'm a liar. Dirty liar. All right. I guess the other 2 of you can have a turn. Fine.
Actually, Mary's next. Not me.
All right, Mary is... I put down speed attack.
Okay.
So I just want to ask, because I did that whole horrible shooting thing and my gun failed on me. Does that take my attack die to replace the cartridge?
It would, yes. But your gyrocopter is likely not unarmed itself.
Good point. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to fly subtly, because the hyena leader has passed us. But those, like that Nox tank thing that she did, let out a huge plume of smoke. I've disappeared up into the clouds. So I'm subtly going to follow her, catch up to her, and then drop a bomb.
All right, then. So let's roll these 2 subtlety dice. All right. As you speed along subtly.
So 1 is a fail, but 1 is a pass.
Okay, so that'll move you up 10 points, which does
Just
indeed
enough.
put you, right up with there. Okay, and then what are you using to attack with the bomb?
I'm going to say subtlety as well, because she doesn't know what's coming. I'm just going to drop it.
Okay, excellent. So go ahead and roll that subtlety die.
Oh, it was so
Uh-oh.
close. It was a 6 and then it rolled over to a 2. So that is a fail.
Okay. So what did this bomb look like?
This bomb looked like a rubber ball. Totally inconspicuous, all that sorts of things. And she lets it go. And it actually hits the hyena. But it turns out it was actually a rubber ball. She grabbed the wrong one.
Fantastic. Yeah, it kind of like, bing, like bounces off of him as it like makes this like squeaky noise. And you see for a moment like he turns his head, huh? like he's gonna like chase it, and then kind of like turns around and tries to put she tries to put her eyes back on the path of what she's doing here. You can tell her fear of Shere Khan outweighs her desire to chase the ball. Excellent. Okay, so Merida.
So I have speed attack again. And that's going to be instinct and flare on the speed.
Okay.
So Merida's gonna jerk her car to the right, try to back off the gas, and then she'll have her attack, hopefully. We'll see what happens here. Let's see. This one, they are both successes.
All right, so that should move Merida up 20, up to the 30 mark, I think.
And then her attack is just speed, I think. So she's backed off enough to come alongside that car that's been behind her, or yeah. And she's going to shoot with her harpoon. So I got to get over this time. And I fail. I have a 1. Ooh, you might have to go to dice jail, little one.
Okay. All right, so this harpoon launches out of your launcher, and this was probably just as this thing was also launching its propane tank up. So the car kind of like dug in on the back, just as it kind of launched, and so it kind of slowed a bit. And your harpoon just kind of passes like
right over the hood,
inches, over the hood, kind of thing, and then just kind of skips a couple of times in the sand before embedding itself for good.
And can I use my wish?
Please do.
So, yeah, I would like to wish. I wish I might have this augmentation on my Mustang tonight. But do I get to request what it is, or?
Yes, absolutely. Especially after that performance.
Oh, thank you. There was an amazing suggestion in the chat. Just a buff that makes the car invulnerable for a little bit. Like a bubble, or
interesting. Okay.
Maybe it's got some sort of armor that kind of Batman.
Yeah.
Batmobile.
There you go. So this shooting star kind of no, that's good. I'm sure Disney will own them sooner or later. So this kind of shooting star kind of comes out of the don't sue me, out of the sky, and the lightning streak that Merida is now on with this Mustang kind of seem to almost meet one another, and just as that happens, this meteorite, this falling star kind of hits, and when it does, it starts to kind of like unfold itself, almost like the cards from Alice in Wonderland, just kind of one after the other, kind of folding out. And maybe they even look like the cards from Alice in Wonderland. They have that kind of bicycle, design on the back, that kind of red and white pattern, but it's in the shape of like metal bolted onto Merida's car. Excellent. Okay, so that was Merida. I think that's everybody? Question mark? Cool. All right, so Now to see if there's an obstacle. Please, please, please. Okay. Ooh, all right. So, the obstacle that I rolled is major loss of control. So, those of you who set aside a caution die for this round, what are you using to avoid whatever this obstacle is going to be? You can actually tell me what this is going to be that could cause a major loss of control for all of you.
Force.
Well, the cursed carriage has 2 of its points on the ground as opposed to the normal 4, so probably that.
Makes good sense. Excellent.
I'm assuming there's an oil slick in front of me.
Excellent. Perfect. All right.
I'm assuming that the loss of control for Mary comes from the fact that the rubber ball she dropped bounces back and gets in her way.
Excellent. Absolutely. Maybe the gyrocopter is not responding at the high altitude that she's out. It's not quite as, as able to get away from this rubber ball. That's a kick-ass rubber ball, by the way, if it's bouncing up that high. I love it.
Of course. I would have nothing other.
It's an Acme rubber ball. So, I think Acme is Warner Brothers, too. Sorry. Okay, so here's how this is going to work. Each of you, please go ahead and roll that die that you had set aside against the stat that you had told me, and let me know whether you passed or not.
I did not pass, but I got a wish upon the star point.
Okay, think about how you might want to spin that to avoid what's going to happen, and I'll get the result from the others. Pass. Okay, beast pass.
As the 2 struts that the cursed carriage is on start to skid around and lose their grip, Beast thrusts the levers in his car's cabin forward to make it so that the cursed carriage slams down its 2 other supports so that they just jam themselves into the sand to act as anchors.
Excellent. And how about Mary?
Mary didn't have a caution die.
Oh, okay.
No, she's going to be.
You were just
completely
explaining
under
how.
control.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
All right. So, Beast passed. Mushu, did you pass or fail? I'm having short-term memory problems. You didn't have one? Caution die?
I got a wish upon the star die.
Oh, that's right. Okay. So, how did you want to try to spin that?
He's going to just let go of the wheel when he hits the oil slick and pray that the ancestors will take control for him.
Ooh, excellent. Okay. So, let's see. Maybe... Maybe instinct, I would think, then. Certainly not control. Yeah, I think instinct probably works. Okay.
I got a 1, which is the only way for me to succeed on instinct.
Perfect. See? They came through. Fantastic. Okay. So, this is a threat level of 1. Beast and Mushu, through clever and skill, have managed to avoid this major loss of control. The 3 of you who did not spend a caution die, both of you, if you will, please, roll your vehicle usage die. Hurt's good. Merit is good. Mary's bad. Okay. So, yeah, that rubber ball, Mary, is wreaking havoc on your vehicle, your
Check out my
gyrocopters.
tail rudder.
Perfect. Absolutely. Yeah, it comes up and hits the blade and bends it, and it starts like spinning out of control. And your usage die for your vehicle is going to drop by a die type, if you would. It has suffered some damage. Okay. So, Mary, on your next turn, this next round, you are going to have to spend at least 2 dice on caution just to regain control of your gyrocopter. If you don't, it will become end of the line for your vehicle.
End of the line as in crash and burn?
As in your vehicle is kaput.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay. So, that now will bring us to the third and very possibly final round of this encounter. So, 3 PCs. Before we do that, decide how you're going to spend your 3 dice for this round, if you would please. And then, whenever you are finished, the first PC slot can take us out.
Jeremy, can I do the thing I said in chat?
Can I use 3 attacks and wish a summon a giant stone dragon? 3 attacks and wish upon. Okay. Yeah, I'm good with that.
Can I go first, guys? Then I'm doing all attack and I'm using a wish on the star. And I'm going to call upon the ancestors to stop the stupid hyena leader and hope that they send me a giant stone dragon to crush her with.
Great stone dragon. Okay. So, what stat are you using for your attack? For this great stone dragon attack?
I say knowledge.
Excellent. Okay, I like it. You know that this ancestor exists. You know that in the past it has served the Fa family diligently. So, roll those beautiful beans.
2 successes and 1 wish upon a star.
Okay, so record the wish upon a star point. You get that back. That's nice. And 2 successes. All right, so I need you to... Oh, no, I have to roll that. Let's see. She is a Didunga. There's 1. Okay, and then... Okay. She is injured. Her vehicle is starting to smoke as this enormous stone dragon appears out of nowhere. Though it looks to be made of stone, it seems to in fact be some kind of spectral energy as it kind of comes out of your vehicle, Mushu. Almost the same size and shape of your vehicle, but obviously it starts to move on its own accord and flies forward with great speed, opens its jaws, and brings them down with a snap on the back of her vehicle, which you can see, even though this is a purely spectral form, the vehicle itself crunches in where its teeth bite down. Fuel and smoke begin to pour out of this vehicle as she starts to try to gain control of it. This will move her back. This was a single hit. This will move her back 5 feet. Okay. She is not doing well, but she is still trying to reach this bridge before you. That was the first PC slot. Who's next?
I'll go next. I'm doing speed attack.
Okay. What are you rolling for speed?
For speed, I'm trying to line myself up the best way I can, the same way a pack of wolves would go after a lone prey. So I'm going with instinct.
Excellent. Good description. Okay. So roll those 2 dice against your instinct.
Double pass.
2 passes. Excellent. So that will move you up 20. The head of the pack.
And this attack is going for the hyena leader.
Ooh, yes. Okay. You passed right by her, so...
As I go past her, the cursed carriage is going to reach out one of the claw wheels, and it's just going to try and tear off one of her wheels.
Excellent. Okay. So that sounds like force?
Yeah.
All right. So go ahead and roll that force die.
That's a pass.
Okay, excellent. So hit her. She is. Okay. Beast. How do you stop her?
So as the cursed carriage is bounding up behind her like a lion attacking a gazelle, it reaches out, grabs onto her vehicle, and tears off the 2 back wheels before continuing onwards.
Absolutely. Making perfect use of the perforation that was created by the great stone dragon's teeth kind of across the back half of this vehicle. The carriage is able to, like, basically shove the 2 kind of front things kind of into 2 of these holes that were made by its large stone fangs and just rends the whole back half of this vehicle off. The back half of it just drops down into the sand and kind of fishtails out of control off to the side, and you can see her slamming her fists on the steering wheel, incredibly angry at this turn of events. So, there's only 1 hyena left. Hyenas don't do real well on their own. So, what I would like is for the 5 of you each in turn describe to me how you beat this hyena to the bridge, are able to jump the gap. Please make it a jump. And then how you destroy the ramp as you jump so that they cannot follow.
Well, if you don't mind, I'll go first and describe how we take care of the last hyena. So Mary is struggling to control her gyrocopter, and so she takes the time to do that. Meanwhile, letting that other hyena is still racing, and it gets underneath her, and that is when she then takes out that large gaff hook that we found and hooks him and pulls him off of his vehicle.
I kind of feel like what I want to do should be after everybody else gets over the gap, but I do have something in mind. So Merida speed just hits the speed, hits that ramp, and literally does fly right over. When she lands on the other side, she whips the car around and gets herself into position, waiting for everyone to cross before she makes her final move.
Beast is going to stick himself out of his car like he did when they all started this journey, and he's just going to wave Herc and Mushu ahead of him.
Herc would just whip down on the reins on his Pegasus tube, and it'll take off down. And when it gets to the ramp, he like bears down one last time, and there's 2 They almost look like the Captain America's wings on his helmet on the side of the motor, and they look like they glow for just a minute as he takes the jump, and then he lands on the other side.
I almost imagine, like, very quietly, there's like this whinny of a horse, like, like I said, like, perfect.
Right at the apex of his jump.
The clouds open. It's just like this. Ah.
Flash of lightning.
You notice as Mushu's getting up, he's actually slowing down as he gets to the edge of the bridge. He aims his wings down to plant a bunch of firework charges before allowing the wings to actually lift him back to where he needs to be.
Absolutely. So as the rest of you kind of clear this jump, manage to plant these, again, probably an obscene amount of fireworks is kind of what I'm seeing in my head. You land on the other side, and Beast, you had something you were waiting for, I believe? And then Merida for that?
Yes. So as the cursed carriage is approaching the ramp, the claw tires go back into their normal form, and it starts to drive like a normal vehicle again. And as he's about to leap off of the ramp, he pushes the levers forward on the back wheels, causing his vehicle to not just go off the ramp like the other ones, but to actually literally jump off of it. I was going to do something else, but I don't want to accidentally blow myself up.
And with that, as soon as he clears the ramp, Merida lets a harpoon barrage. Well, maybe not a barrage. Can't be wasteful of ammo, but she fires right into the explosives that Mushu set, and they explode the ramp.
And there's this spectacular display of color and sound and explosions as this part of the bridge just erupts in fireworks from this set trap. The ramp between the two halves of the bridge is completely and totally demolished, and Shere Khan and the remaining I almost called them gnolls. The remaining hyenas that are you can see are storming up to reinforce those that have now fallen, are cut off. They cannot pursue. Each of you, please roll your gasoline die, and if we have your weapons have a usage die, please roll those as well. We'll find out how this exchange has kind of left all of you sitting. If you roll a 1 or a 2, that's what we need to know. Beast is good.
What would weapons die be?
I think it's a...
Mine was a D6. So.
Yeah, they should all be the same. All your starting
I'm
weapons.
not sure. I just use my vehicle to hit things.
That's fair.
Can I have flames?
So I succeeded on my gas die, but I got a 1 on the gun die, so that means I go down to a D4, right?
Yeah. So you're starting to run low on harpoons, essentially, is what that's going to mean.
And I did use quite a few of them, so.
Very much so. It makes good sense.
Yeah.
I used way too many explosives on that bridge.
So did your die diminish also? Yeah? Okay.
Do melee weapons have a usage die too, or is it just your...
Yeah, go ahead and roll one. It's basically just kind of like wear and tear.
I'm good.
Okay. So, yeah, I mean, there might be a couple of nicks and stuff that you'll have to kind of, like, buff out or whatnot out of your sword, but it's good.
And my gas was good too, so...
Okay, cool.
I rolled and I was good. I mean, I didn't use my gun, really.
Right?
So we're fine.
Just the one. Okay, cool. All right, so everybody, make sure that you have marked down someplace where you can find it, how many Wish Upon a Star points you still have, what your usage dies and things are all at, because when we play 2 weeks from now for the second chapter, we'll pick up with all of that stuff still being the same. But this is where we are going to wrap things up for the evening. This was Chapter 1, Over the River. You guys have now made it.
Say one additional thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
As the cursed carriage lands on the other side of the bridge, it's going to skid around so that Beast is facing where Shere Khan and all of his other goons are coming from, and he's just going to unleash another mighty roar.
Absolutely. And you can see Shere Khan, even from this distance, you can see the disdain and the hatred on his face. You know, the next time you cross paths with Shere Khan, which you may or may not ever do, but the next time you do, it's probably going to be bad. All right. So, everybody, thank you so much for tuning in this evening for this bizarre mashup of a game. I could not be happier right now with how this went. These 5 players were fantastic. But before I pass things over to them so that they can say goodnight, again, thank you so much for tuning in, whether you're watching live with us this evening or whether you may be watching in the future. If you are watching live with us this evening, 2 weeks from now will be Chapter 2 of this game. It will be the final chapter. We're going to wrap things up, and its title is Through the Woods. So I'm looking very excited to get to that point, but we're going to go ahead and call it an evening. I'm going to pass things over to my players so that they can, once again, plug anything that they would like, say any parting words, and then we're going to get out of here. So in reverse order, we're going to start with Chris.
Well, this has been the coolest ball of awesome mashup ever. Like, what a wild ride. I love it. It's so much fun. Thank you so much for having me, and it's been awesome playing with all of you tonight. So, and thanks everybody for watching. I'm not gonna plug anything else.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Chris. Yeah, I'm tickled pink right now. I'm so happy with how this went. You guys were awesome. Once again, if anybody does mention a channel, it is in the link. No, it is in the description of this video down below. Please click the link. Follow it to where it will take you. That's how the internet works. And do the things. Push the buttons. All right, next up we have Connor.
Thanks for having me. It's always such a pleasure to be here. And tonight was a fantastic time. I'm really glad that all of the things happened the way they did. I am especially grateful that the Enchantress appears, because that wasn't an expected thing, and it led to a lot of cool stuff.
I'm happy to hear that, man. I love running short games, one-shots, and a lot of times you don't get to touch on character backstory stuff very much, so when the opportunity to do so presented itself easily with what I already had planned, it was a no-brainer, and I'm glad that it landed. And that was in no small part due to you being able to pick it up and run with it, so thank you very much. All right, next up we have Mason.
Today was a great game. First time playing with Jeremy. Been watching him for ever. And he's always a great dungeon master.
I appreciate that, Mason. Thank you very much, man. I had a blast. I'm glad that you came along for this ride and that you were interested in being a part of this game. Mushu was on point. I've enjoyed him a lot, so thank you. All right, next up we have Karen.
Thank you, Jeremy. This this game has been a total hoot. It's been absolutely amazing, and I've enjoyed every second of it. And I can't wait for the next one in 2 weeks. And I forgot to plug my stuff earlier. I'm Mything Gears. We do some stuff on my channel, you know, like Genesis and D&D 5e, that kind of thing, Mecha Hack. So if you're into that, just come check it out. And lastly, don't forget to eat your vegetables and brush your teeth and, of course, wash your hands. Thank you.
Mary Poppins is absolutely the kind of person that would tell you to wear your damn mask. So you should listen. Absolutely. Pleasure as always. Karen, thank you so much. When you said Mary Poppins is one of your options, I was like, please pick Mary Poppins. I was like, she would be so fantastic in an apocalyptic setting. I really want to see that. So brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Speaking of brilliant, last but certainly not least, DJ.
Yes, DJ, my channel's The Griffin's Nest. And I've enjoyed this so much. When Jeremy posted about this, it took me a minute to think of what could I play, and then when I thought of Hercules, I was like, I have to post Hercules, and I've enjoyed this tremendously, and I'm looking forward to the next time.
Me too. 2 weeks is not going to get here soon enough, I can tell you right now. But I'm very excited for what lies ahead in Chapter 2 and how things are all going to wrap up. I'm really looking forward to seeing what you guys are going to do in the second part of this. So once again, from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much for posting interest in this game, for coming along on the ride, and for trusting that this was not going to be just a weird train wreck of a game, because it very easily could have been. So far so good. I'm ecstatic for what is going to happen in the second chapter. So until then, may your dice roll high and your snacks always be within reach.